Hello and welcome. I won't say good morning because our participants are scattered across time zones. I'm Gabriella Page-Fort, Editorial Director of Amazon Crossing, and I'd like to welcome you here for a roundtable discussion about how our shared geopolitical experiences influence the writers and translators you see on the screen here. So I'd like to start out with some introductions. I'll go alphabetically by first name. Born in Port-au-Prince, where she still resides, Emmelie Prophète is a poet, novelist, journalist, and director of the National Library of Haiti. Her publications include Blue, translated by Tina Cover, and this gorgeous cover art is by Tamara Natalie Madden, which earned her the Grand Prix Littéraire de l'Association des écrivains de langue française in 2009. And she has published several other books, most recently Les Villages de Dieu, which won the Ivory Prize for African Literature of Francophone Nature, which I'm pretty excited to see you, Emmelie. It's been such a treat to work together, and this is our first event together.
Thank you,
Frank
Gabriella.
Wynne. Thank you. Frank Wynne is a literary translator. He's translated works by, among others, Michel Houellebecq, Virginie Despentes, Frédéric Beigbeder, and Tomás Eloy Martínez. His work has earned him a number of awards, including the Scott Moncrief Prize and the Premio Valle Inclán. And we're going to talk about The Art of Losing today by Alice Zeniter. Frank, you want to say hi?
Hello. Sorry, I'm a little late. I needed to do some urgent shopping for fish and gin.
Jeremy Tiang is
one and the other.
Excellent.
Where's Jeremy?
Do you see him? Jeremy has translated over 20 books from Chinese. He also writes and translates plays, and his novel State of Emergency won the Singapore Literature Prize in 2018. Tiang is also the author of a short story collection, It Never Rains on National Day. He lives in New York City. Today we'll discuss his translation of Wei Yuqia's script, A Fable for Now. And after this event, Jeremy is going to do a reading from Lin Junwu's Mao Dun Literature Award-winning The Wedding Party, which is a really beautiful novel. And this art you're seeing here is by Jinmei Liu. And then Ousman Umar was born in Ghana. And do you want to say hi, Jeremy? Sorry, I think that's the idea.
Oh, hi, everyone. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Ousman Umar was born in Ghana and immigrated to Europe when he was 17. In 2012, he founded NASCO Feeding Minds, an NGO dedicated to the principle that the most effective way to prevent migrants from leaving Ghana for Europe is to provide top-notch opportunities for education and advancement in Ghana. His memoir, North to Paradise, translated by Kevin Jerry Dunn, is available free on Kindle right now as part of Amazon's World Book Day celebration. And on the page where you've found your way to this event, you'll see a link to that celebration, or you can visit amazon.com/World Book Day. And last but not least, I don't have a book to show for Sigrídur Hagalín Björnsdóttir, but I'm very excited to see you here today. Icelandic author, Sigga studied history in Reykjavik and Salamanca, journalism at Columbia University in New York, and she's now based in Copenhagen. Her best-selling debut, Ísland, was nominated for the Icelandic Women's Literature Prize in 2017. When she isn't writing, Sigga works as a journalist and television news anchor at the Icelandic National Broadcasting Service. And her highly anticipated novel, The Fires, which was translated by Larissa Kaiser, is a bestseller and viral hit in Iceland, and it'll publish this fall with Amazon Crossing. So the title of our event today is Writing and Translating Our Moving Planet, a World Book Day celebration. So I wanted to bring together some tension between the sort of celebratory and excess and decadence associated with reading and writing in some people's minds, and the really rigid and important and specific challenges and social changes that are going on right now. So we're experiencing the impact of climate change and human migration in a hyper-connected world. And I'd like to talk about the impact that makes on what we read and write and translate. Each of our panelists has a different relationship to these massive changes. So I think we're going to cover some broad ground. And I'd love for everyone to feel free to jump in if they hear something that they want to weigh in on as we go through. But I'm going to start with some questions for each of our panelists. Sigga, perhaps we can start with the story of how the fires preceded an eerily similar, though luckily less cataclysmic, volcanic eruption outside Reykjavik. Can you tell us a little bit about that and where the idea came for the novel?
Yeah, sure. First of all, hello. I'm very honored and pleased to see you all. Hello, Gabi. If we start with the idea about the fires, it came to me after I had just given up on a novel I was working on. It was a truly horrible novel, and I was desperate to find something else to write about. So I started just reading anything very, very frantically, as you do in that situation, that kind of a situation. And I came across this magazine article about the magnetic North Pole. Not the real North Pole, but the magnetic one, and it's been moving about a lot for the last decades. And there was this article about it, and there was a geophysicist who said something along the lines, as everybody knows, the magnetic North Pole is a very sensitive place. And then I knew that I had found my subject. I had found the person I wanted to write about, who is this person who thinks about the Earth as a living body, as a living, feeling organism, and talks about it and thinks about it that way, and is completely convinced that everybody knows what she's talking about all the time and agrees with her. And The Fires is a novel about a woman, a volcanologist, who has to deal with two cataclysmic events at the same time. There's a series of volcanic outbreaks that break out near her home in Reykjavik, and at the same time she falls in love, and it's a destructive kind of love that wrecks her life, just like the volcanic outbreaks are ruining her home. And when I started this story in September 2019, there had not been any volcanic activity near Reykjavik for the last 800 years. So it was sort of like a bit of a strange idea, but 5 months after I began writing, the Earth started shaking, and it was just shaking constantly for over a year. And an actual volcanic outbreak happened 4 months after the book was published in Iceland. It was just a few miles from the place where it happens in the novel. Now I have no rational answer for why that happened. All I can say is that I think books, they know a lot more than the people who actually write them, and a novel can be much wiser than the novelist who writes it. So yeah, there it is.
I love that. I think thinking about fiction and then thinking about nonfiction, we have both represented here today, and I would love to talk to Ousman about the firsthand account of migration, which the whole time I was reading North Paradise, I couldn't quite believe it was true, because the way that the story is told, it's very spellbinding. It feels like a protagonist in a novel. And I wanted to hear from you a little bit about your decision to leave Ghana, but then also your decision to write about the journey.
All right, thank you very much for this huge opportunity. For me, it's been definitely a great achievement to be part of this group, and having my book translated into the US market, especially for Amazon Crossing. So definitely, I really thank you very much for your trust. The first idea, I think I left Ghana very early age, basically due to curiosity. I've tried to make a long story very short, in the sense that Africa, Ghana, for example, I was born in a very typical village, not more than 100 inhabitants. So access to information and education was a really critical issue. So the truth is that I knew very well that I was quite good in manufacturing toy cars and all that, but I couldn't understand how comes that an airplane could fly over my head. However, my toy car manufactured by myself cannot even move just a single centimeter. So this curiosity pushed me out of my village at the age of 9. And at the age of 13, they seek to know who the white man was and how come that they were so capable to manufacture all those kind of things. Because in my village, the only information we had was that being white was a synonym of being, something very special. So I was in the mood to do anything to be able to go to the white man's country. As an illiterate, I had no means than following the second route, hands of human traffickers. So at the age of 13, I felt in the hands of human traffickers, finding my way to go to Libya. And then from Libya, I'll be able, therefore, to go to paradise. I didn't call Europe. At my village, we say paradise. I was going to paradise. Unfortunately, we was abandoned in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Out of 46 people, I promise you, only 6 of us made it to Isir, the first village of Libya, without talking about the dead bodies we found, dead corpse we found on the way. That dead body doesn't count, only my group. But this was just the first step of migration, illegal migration, especially because there's no way to fly from Ghana to Europe. I never knew Ghana had a passport until I get to Libya. So these are some of the real issues normally the rest of the world have no information about. Once in Libya, being Black and alive was almost a huge crime. Libya was led by Muammar al-Gaddafi. I lived 4 horrible years under the Muammar al-Gaddafi dictator. As a 12, 13 years old boy, I didn't speak Arabic that time. I speak Wala, Gunja, Hausa, Sisala, Twi, English, but I had no idea of Arabic. Imagine 13 years old boy, no family, no money in your pocket. I have to eat, sleep, and work. I promise you, reality overcomes fiction. After 4 years, I was so fortunate to raise $1,800 US. For the second time, I felt in human trafficking again, and we were told from Libya to Spain, paradise, is to take us only 45 minutes. From an illiterate point of view, distances are absolutely different. I had to cross Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, Western Sahara before we manufactured 2 boats ourselves. Each boat carries 150, 180 people approximately. In a few miles, this boat Musa, my best friend, with whom we survived from desert, he wasn't so lucky as me. His boat sank. Out of 180 people, nobody survived out of that boat. I had to return back to the desert, stay there for almost a month and a half for this mafia to bring us new materials. We manufactured 2 boats again. In this second attempt, in the middle of the sea, the other one sank again. Nobody survived from that boat. I stayed on the water for 48 horrible hours. Without water, no food. Luckily, without even petrol in our boat, the wind, the waves was in our favor. Our boat finally ended up in an island called Fuerteventura. Bueno, it's okay. So definitely, to make a long story very short, the idea is once I was so fortunate to overcome all these difficulties once in Spain, I realized that lack of education is what pushes all these illegal migrants to fall in these human traffickers. At least the part of Africa where I come from. Africa is one of the biggest continents, 54 different countries. Realities on these countries are absolutely different. But in the part of this Africa where I come from, I promise you, no hunger, no bombs. The main reason why hundreds and hundreds of Ghanaians keep on drowning in the Mediterranean Sea is due to lack of information and opportunities. So Yes, I end up in Barcelona at the age of 17, sleeping on the street, eating from the rubbish, illiterate. I don't know, no Catalan, no Spanish. Finally, I realized that I was so lucky that a family just gave me the opportunity to become a born again. So I had to study Spanish, Catalan in a record time. All the education system from in 6 years, I became all the education system of Spain, and I ended up in the University of Barcelona studying chemistry, working 40 hours a week as a bicycle mechanic. But all the same, I was capable to overcome the education system and acquire my degree and later on a master's degree. So I realized that what the little I could do to support my people was to create computer schools so children back home could be able to get access to education information so that they will not fall into these human traffickers traps. That's how I created NASCO Feeding Minds, which today we have more than 43 different schools in Ghana. More than 20,000 children have passed through our labs without any government support, neither Ghana's government, neither the Spanish government. In reality, sharing my experiences in different scenarios, conferences and all that, and people get to know that, yes, what I'm doing definitely is the way to solve migration problem at source. And here we are. So definitely, to make a long story very short, that's how my experience came in. So writing the book was just to give the voice to those who couldn't made it to arrive alive and to be able to share their story. So Now to Paradise is mainly the voice of all these people who've died during my journey and those who keep on dying day in, day out in this horrible migration trip. So yes, reading my Now to Paradise is giving voice of these dead people who couldn't made it.
It's so powerful. And it's a subject that I think we don't know enough personal stories. We don't hear enough personal stories, and having a personal story that is so compelling and so readable. And then to have you stand before us and also really to trust you and understand that this is the truth. It's really powerful to get into your eyes through the memoir. I'm really impressed that you were able to write it so beautifully, because it's really difficult stuff, and it's you handle it with enough levity that the reader doesn't get overwhelmed, which I am impressed by. And I think your motivation and your optimism in your work beyond the book comes through in the book as well. I'd like to talk about The Art of Losing, which I think has some parallels to this conversation. The novel is set in Algeria under French occupation, and the family is not yet on the move at the start of the novel, but their home is changing, and we see really closely how the generations were impacted by the colonization and the post-colonization complexity. Frank, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how language works in this novel, which I'm just like in love with this book. I'm not done reading it yet. I just started this week, but it's got me completely captivated. I thought that the language was changing as the power dynamics were changing around the family. And I wanted to hear a little bit about how language travels with people and how you sort of interpreted the language of the original.
Well, in part, of course, it is changing as the people change. I mean, the family we're dealing with, Ali's family originally are, though Algerian, they are not Arabic, they're Berber. They're part of the Kabyle people in Kabylia, which historically was its own province. But as Ali says at the very beginning of the book, I mean, once French occupation begins, everything just becomes a French département, and all of the multiple histories of the multiple Algerias that existed at the time are folded into, a single page of history in a French history book, which obliterates them. So for Ali's family in Kabylia, I mean, even Arabic is an unusual language. It is not one that they speak. They have very little access to French. They live in a small village in the mountains. They are farmers who, through the divine intervention of a water press, an olive press floating down a river during a flood, managed to set up something. the beginnings of the end of French occupation in Algeria were violent and very bloody. The entire post-war French empire had begun to crumble. It had already crumbled in Indochina, and France had given up what had been French Indochina by then, but was determined, no matter what happened, to keep Algeria. Algeria was unusual in that there was a substantial minority of French people living there. In most of the old French colonies, the only French people who lived there worked within government, whereas actually in Algeria, there were what were known as the pieds noirs, Blackfeet. So those who were French by nationality and by quote unquote ethnicity, but who had been born in Algeria, and they very much expected Algeria to continue being a part of France. I mean, their slogan, Vive l'Algérie française, long live French Algeria, was a desire to continue to belong. But of course, within that entire period of colonization, France had made no attempt whatever to integrate, educate, in any way, have anything much to do with the people whose land this was. When what Ali finds, having fought for France during the Second World War, when he goes back to something that is in turmoil, and at the beginnings of the struggle for independence in Algeria, he is forced to take sides. So he can either side with the FLN and the ALN, who were in favor of independence and who were very much inspired by similar uprisings in Egypt. But to some extent, they don't want him. And instead, he works with the French. I mean, he considers himself as someone who has served in the French army. This means, of course, that when independence comes, when de Gaulle eventually decides to give up and withdraw troops, he and the other people who were known as Harkis, i.e. Algerian soldiers who fought with the French, were under a death sentence. So the only thing they could do was leave. So the 1960 through 1962 was a mass exodus of French Algerians, but also Algerians who had worked with the French. And rather than being welcomed into France, which technically they should have been since they were technically French, they are in a relocation camp, and then they are sent to another camp, and then they are sent from there to one of the projects out in Normandy. Ali and Yema. Yema, of course, is not the name of Ali's wife. Yema is simply the Arabic word for mother. We have no idea what her name is. She is never given a name. She is defined by her role. So the generation after that, which includes Hamid, ends up translating for their parents. So Hamid and his brother, I mean, not only translate for his parents, but for almost everyone who's living in this block. They do their accounts for them, they fill in the forms for them, but they also inherit a certain shame of both their original heritage and of their language. So they live as much as is possible in French. And Hamid, of course, though he tells Naima, whose story this is, that they will one day go to Algeria, never goes back. And so they live in what, French has a lovely word for this, it's called nostalgérie, which is nostalgeria, which is an Algeria of the mind, the one that they long for but cannot go back to because it doesn't exist. Naima, who is the core of this novel, of course, is Ali's granddaughter. And she knows nothing about Algeria. I mean, as she says quite early on in the novel, it is a terrible thing to come from a country where you know less than the Wikipedia page. And she has no Arabic. She has no, Kabyle has no experience of what these things are. What she does have an experience of course, is how she is treated and how the people around her are treated, because they are what in French are called beurs, so second generation or third generation Algerian or North African immigrants. So her journey is a very personal one. And actually, I mean, in the novel, while it is not a memoir, is entirely based on Alice's research into her own family. But there's not enough, as she puts it, to be able to connect the dots without writing a novel. Because the language that most marks the art of losing is silence. Ali is entirely silent. So the only thing he ever says about the Second World War are two words, the war. He says nothing about coming from Algeria, about the camps, about relocation. He never truly learns to speak French. Hamid, in turn, says nothing about his childhood in Algeria. He was 10, 11 when they left, to his daughters. But also he says nothing about his difficult relationship with his father and with his mother, because he lives in a different language, because he strives to live in a different language. And so when Naima begins to piece together this story, and when Alice begins to write this novel, she is piecing together a few fragments, a few photographs, a few stories that have been handed down through the years, and trying to connect these into something that is about a sense of belonging, but also about being divorced from a sense of belonging.
That's a really fantastic segue to thinking about Emmelie Prophète's Blue, which we're in an airport for most of this novel, and we're sort of going back and forth between the US and Haiti. The airport waiting room being a liminal space that can provide distance from our lives to allow us to think clearly. Can you tell us a little bit about why she always chooses to return home to Haiti?
Once again, hi everyone. I'm very touched by all your stories that crossed mine. First of all, I have to tell you that I'm I'm a French spoken person. So sometimes I don't have the right word to express what I want to. Blue is a book that this morning I was thinking about Blue and telling myself and feel guilty that has been a child, because it's a story who happened when I was a child, and I didn't know what happened, and one day that story come to me like a tsunami, and I have to write it, and I have to talk about those women, because this is a woman story who born in the poor district of Haiti. Everywhere is poor in Haiti, but that district is poorer than Port-au-Prince, maybe, and they left that district to Port-au-Prince, but we had an earthquake 12 years ago, and we have many catastrophes in Haiti. But the truth is, every day is a catastrophic. Every day is catastrophic for us here, because we have poverty, we have instability, we have everything. So those women left that district to Port-au-Prince and then go to the United States for a better life, because in the 80s, until today, we have a lot of immigration from Haiti because we don't have enough work for everyone. And those women left their country. But when you left your country and you arrived in the United States, you don't have legal documents that allow you to come back if you lost your mother, if you lost a child, because when you are leaving, you left everyone behind you. You don't know what happened. You just have letter. And when I was a child, we had tape and people who were in the United States sent their voice on tapes for people living here, saying I'm good and I'm thinking about you. But everyone knows, but we will maybe never see again. And those women died in the United States, and it was such tragedy for us in Haiti that when I realized what happened when I was a child, I have to talk about that story. And at the airport, the narrator is in an airport in Florida, and thinking about that that collapsed country, that United States, which United States is not an El Dorado like we think like we think it is when we are living in a poor country like Haiti. And I'm thinking, the narrator thinking about immigration and about all that happened in that country, because we are migrant since ever, because we were take from Africa to Haiti, and we were slaves. And then we have instability since 1904 when we were independent. That's a very big story, that a legend for Black people, but that also a story of misery, of instability, of predation, because we had two American occupation in our story, and still we are going through a lot of problems. But those women left Haiti, and they go to the United States, where they were working to send money to family, to child that they left in Haiti. And then they died because they never understand how to live in the United States. And the stories of immigration from Haiti, it was always tragedy. This is what I tried to explain in blue, those women and their desire to come back, and they cannot come back. And this is the tragedy, and I expect that that story find people who understand, because migration is today a worldwide problem, and we have to hear those voices who vanished, but still there. And this is what literature are for, keep them alive forever. I hope you understand what I said, despite my very bad accent in English.
You undersell yourself. I think that's just such a beautiful thought. I think fiction allows us some distance from the staggering intensity of these truths. I thought, you know, I've read A Fable for Now. I talked to Jeremy about what books, because Jeremy's so prolific, what books he's worked on lately that might be sort of melt into this framework well. And this is one of the most surreal and silly and absurd books I've ever read. And yet it is bringing a face to all of these hidden issues through its particular and unique devices. Can you talk to us a little bit about how absurdism and theater in the face of trauma can help us? Thank you.
Thanks everyone for sharing your work, and thanks Gabby for bringing us together. It's great to think about the ways in which our books are in conversation with each other. So A Fable for Now is by the Taiwanese playwright Wei Yuqia and unfolds across 7 scenes that initially appear unconnected. A bear starves to death at the North Pole, the actual North Pole, not the magnetic one. A giant tsunami sweeps across the stage and drowns all the characters. A government meets to solve their problems, but the entire parliament is made up of infants. An entire war is fought by 2 men who discover along the way that they're actually brothers. As we go through these absurd scenes, it becomes clear that what the playwright is doing is building up a picture of the apocalypse and all the different ways in which it will take place. As we see the world end again and again, by the end of the play, everyone is dead except for one human being. And the final scene is an almost unbearably long monologue, unbearably because it highlights how alone this person is at the very end of the world. And we know there's only one possible way this can go. The great thing about absurdism is it takes real life and turns it up a few notches. So for all that these situations are bizarre and unbelievable and comedic, we can also see how they are rooted in the real world situations that the playwright has drawn inspiration from. And because of all the ways they are overlaid, Wei Yuqia is telling us that none of these issues, not climate change, not war, not migration, can be taken in isolation, but they all affect each other and have to be dealt with holistically. And that if we are unable to do this as a species, then our inaction will doom us all. So despite being a rollicking, high intensity, really funny romp, it's also deadly serious. And the way it is heightened just makes it even more stark and makes our impending dilemma, actually current dilemma, even more obvious. I'm seeing the clock tick down, which is lending an entirely suitable air of ominousness to proceedings.
I really knew that you would bring it on home for us too. That was so beautifully woven together. I just can't thank you all enough for participating in this conversation, which was as rich as I imagined it might be. And I'd like to thank Marianne Newman and the Sant Jordi USA team for this really beautiful festival. I'm obsessed with the tradition of a book and a rose for someone you love on Sant Jordi Day, and I am just so grateful to get to spend it with all of you. Don't miss the World Book Day giveaway at amazon.com/World Book Day. There's 10 different ebooks free, including Ousman Umar's North to Paradise, which I'm sure after hearing his story today, everyone is intrigued by. And up next, Jeremy is going to read from The Wedding Party. So we have more of Jeremy to come. Thank you all very much for this beautiful event.
Thank you.
Thank you from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Thank you.
I guess we have less than 1 minute left. Does anybody want to take us out with a song?
You're most welcome.
Thanks,
It was
Cassia.
a pleasure to be part of this conversation.
Thank you. Honestly.
Egunon, Sant Jordiko lagunak, hemen gaude Elizabeth McLean eta Kirmen Uribe. Hello, This is Sant Jordi, and I am Kirmen Uribe, a Basque language writer, and this is my beloved friend and translator, Elizabeth McLean, from a Basque speaker from New York. So we will do a short reading from my new novel. It is called in Basque Izurdeen, aurreko bizitza. In English is The Past Life of Dolphins, just released in Basque and in Catalan and in Spanish. So this is the beginning of the novel in Basque. Izurdeak aurreko bizitza batean pertsonak izan ziren. Horixe sinisten zuten behintzat antzinako euskaldunek. Eta gizaki horiek izurde bilakatu ziren laminen maitalea izateagatik. Laminak maitatzeak hori zekarren. Itxura aldatzea, bizitza goitik behera mudatzea, lehorrekoa utzi, egunerokoa eta beste aldi bati hasiera ematea. Gorputz berri batekin eta itsasoan. Bidaia baten hastapena zen, nor daki odisea makur abentura onuragarri izango zen beraientzat. Ezin da jakin, zoriontsuago izango ziren edo gertukoen utxunea nozituko zuten. Baina behin urratsa emanda, ez zuten atzera egiterik, ez zegoen norabidea aldatzerik.
Dolphins, in a previous life, had been people. That's what the ancient Basques believed, at least. And those human beings became dolphins because they had been the lovers of sea nymphs, of Lamignac. Loving Lamignac brought that on you, a transfiguration, changing your life from head to toe as you left dry land behind, daily life behind, and embarked on another phase with a new body and at sea. It was the beginning of a voyage. Who knows whether they'd be having a twisted odyssey or an advantageous adventure. No telling if they were going to be happier or would feel the absence of their closest loved ones. But once the step was taken, there was no going back. There was no changing course. This next part is regarding Rosika Schwimmer, a Hungarian pacifist and activist of the early part of the 20th century who fled Hungary for the United States and set out trying to become a citizen. And this is from one of her various trials. Of course, the examining judge said, I do not believe the time is ever coming when this country, this government, is going to send its women to fight. We have not, as yet, a regiment of Amazons.
I hope you don't have, Rosika Schwimmer responded.
But we may have to send them as nurses to look after our fighters. Now, are you willing to be sent on missions of that sort by this government to look after the boys that are fighting for this country?
I'm willing to do everything that the American citizen has to do, except fighting.
Well, our women do not fight. We do not expect you to shoulder a musket.
Oh, I'm willing to obey every law that the American government compels its citizens to do.
Are you willing to do anything that an American woman is called upon to do? I mean, an American citizen, a woman of this country?
Yes, I am, because I have not found that anything was asked that was against. I mean, it is only the fighting question. That is, if Americans would be compelled to do that, I would not to do that.
You say you are an uncompromising pacifist.
Yes.
How far does that go? Does it refer only to yourself?
Yes.
That you are not going to use your fists on somebody?
Yes.
Or that you disapprove of the government fighting?
It means that I disapprove of the government asking me to fight.
You mean fight personally?
Yes, physically.
Carrying a gun?
Yes.
Or is it more deep-seated?
No.
Really, of course, none of us wants war.
Yes.
But there are a great many of us, when war comes and our country is in danger, who get our backs to the wall.
Yes.
And we fight until there is nothing but the wall left.
Yes.
Now, are you willing to do that?
I'm afraid, Your Honor, I did not catch the point of the question. I'm awfully sorry.
I don't mean to bear arms for the country.
Yes?
The time will never come, I venture to say, when the women of the United States will have to bear arms.
Well, I'm not willing to bear arms in every other single way, civic way. I'm ready to follow the law and do everything that the law compels American citizens to do. I'm willing to do that. That is why I say I can't take the oath of allegiance, because as far as I, with the able help of my lawyers, could find out, there is nothing that I could be compelled to do that I could not do.
Your lawyer can't search into your heart any more than I can. You are the only one who can answer these questions.
I'm opening my heart very frankly, because there is nothing to hide. As I said when the question came up, if it is a question of fighting, as much as I desire American citizenship, I would not seek the citizenship.
Now, is it a question of fighting personally?
Yes.
You yourself?
Myself.
You do not care how many other women fight?
I don't care, because I consider it a question of conscience. If there are women fighters, it is their business.
Do you expect to spread this propaganda throughout this country with other women?
Which propaganda, may I ask?
That you are an uncompromising pacifist and will not fight?
Oh, of course. I'm always ready to tell that to anyone who wants to hear it.
What is your occupation, madame?
I'm a writer and a lecturer.
And in your writings and in your lectures, you take up this question of war and pacifism?
If I am asked for that, I do.
You know we have a great deal to give, at least we think so.
I think so too.
When we confer citizenship on people from other countries.
I think so too.
And we expect when we do that they come in on an equal footing. Now, I am not at all against people writing. There are a great many American citizens who are decrying the possibility of the occurrence of war. They are against it. There are a great many pacifists in this country, but when the time comes and they are called out for the country, they forget all their views, all of the things they have been talking about, and start in on the defense of the home. Now, you can't come in halfway. You must come in the whole distance, because there you are, and under that flag is our country. And you can't get under that flag unless you promise to do every single thing that the citizens of this country not only have permission to do, but are willing to do.
Well, I can only repeat what I said, that I am willing to do everything that, to my knowledge to this day, American women are asked to do.
If you were called to the service, and the kind of work that a woman usually can perform better than men can, say as a nurse, and you were at some place in a war, which I hope will never come, and you saw someone coming in the headquarters or the barracks with a pistol in his hand to shoot the back of an officer of our country, and you had a pistol handy by, would you kill him?
No, I would not.
The application is denied.
Eskerrik asko, and we would like to finish with a poem, no, Elizabeth?
Yes, it's called It Came Late. It was late. By then the horses were sleeping, standing up, the dark of the forest reflecting in their eyes. The tablecloth was still on the table, the breadcrumbs, the food getting cold. Those who were pregnant had already given birth, were out pushing their baby buggies. The teacher erased the formula on the blackboard. The dancers took off their slippers, displaying their wounded toes. The street cleaners gathered up the garbage the festivals left. After that, we had no desire to keep singing. It was late. That day was almost another day. The winning made no sense. No one admitted defeat. The peace came late.
Berandu iritsi zen. Berandu zen. Ordurako, lo zeuden zaldiak. Zutik, basoaren iluna beren begietan islatzen. Mantela, bildu gabe zegoen. Ogi apurrak, janaria, osten. Dagoeneko erditu ziren aurdun zeudenak, paseoan zebiltzan gurditxoekin. Irakasleak ezabatu zuen arbeleko formula. Dantzariak kendu zituen oinetakoak, behatz, zaurituak erakutsiz. Kale garbitzaile bildu zituzten jaiak utzitako zaborrak. Harrezkero, ez genuen kantatzeko gogorik. Berandu zen. Kasik beste egun bat izan zen ura. Garaipenak ez zuen zentzurik. Inork ez zuen derrota onartu. Berandu iritsi zen bakea.
Thank you, Kieran.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It has been a big pleasure to be part of Sant Jordi, New York Sant Jordi Festival. Visca Catalunya, visca Sant Jordi. Una abraçada a tothom. Gràcies, Marian. Agur.
Agur.
Okay. It's always strange to pre-record anything, but welcome, future listeners. I'm here. My name is Julia Sanches. I'm a translator from Spanish, Catalan, and Portuguese, and I'm here with Maryse Meijer, and we're going to be briefly discussing Eva Baltasar's new book, the second in her triptych, called Boulder. It will be coming out with And Other Stories in August, I believe. I can't remember the exact date. But Maryse was very kindly blurbed Eva Baltasar's first book, Permafrost, and also very generously agreed to discuss the second book with me. I will begin by reading a little bit from the Catalan and then a couple of paragraphs from the English. The book, my elevator pitch is that it's a book about ambivalent motherhood, but maybe ambivalence is not quite, maybe it's a bit stronger than just ambivalence. Okay, here we go. A couple of sentences in the Catalan. La acompaño a la clínica. És en un edifici espantós entre altres edificis espantosos. S'alcen sobre la badia com icebergs fulgurants que engarjolen idees, cossos i afanys. En veiem la punta superior, bufets d'advocats, empreses tecnològiques i informàtiques, corporacions. La resta, la gran part amagada, navega sota els mars del tercer món. Okay, that's a little bit of the taster of Catalan. Very beautiful language. And I'll read a few paragraphs from the English. This is at a point where Boulder and her partner, Samsa, I wouldn't say they've agreed to have a baby, but they're going to have a baby. Samsa's been sort of taken along for the ride because she hasn't quite expressed her aversion to the idea in so many words, at least not openly. We're in her head all the time and she's constantly expressing her aversion internally. Okay. I go with her to the clinic. It's a hideous building surrounded by other hideous buildings. They loom over the bay like gleaming icebergs that hold hostage ideas, ambitions, bodies. We can only see the tip, the law firms, the tech and IT companies, the corporations. The rest, most of which remains hidden, navigates the underseas of the third world. The fertility clinic is on the second floor of one of those glass-walled monsters. Samsa walks in resolute. She didn't have to ask. We both just assumed that wherever she went, I would go with her. A depressing prospect, but it is what it is. They show us into a waiting room. When she sits down in her iron blazer with her perfect hair and made up eyes, it's like she's taken possession of this new land and proclaimed herself queen. It's always like this with her, I realize. The power she exudes is subtle, almost tender, beautiful and supple yet resilient, like the silk of a spider's web. She entices as much as she ensnares, lets you step back but never abandon her. She holds my hand and I light 3 cigarettes with my mind. I don't smoke. I fire them up and take a single long drag, burning through them without breathing. The chairs are comfortable, the magazine's new, the floor pale and slick. The plants are so well tended they look fake. It's the perfect setting for her, and she fits in like it's her natural born right. Another couple pushing 40 sits across from us. Their clothes are clean, newly unfolded, and their hands held in accordance with some customary protocol. They're leafing through a magazine that claims to teach people how to be good mothers and fathers. The picture on the cover, a man and a woman with the vacant expressions of cult followers and a newborn baby in their arms, makes me feel sicker than the thought of Samsa being knocked up with a syringe and a sperm donation. We're going to have a massive problem if she ever brings home one of those how-to manuals, the kind you can pulp to death but still won't strain through the mesh of our love. We get home with a list of chores and a hole in our checking account. I have the sense I am buying her a kid and that the approach I've taken is deceitful. I am frustrated and it drains every last bit of my strength and talent. It's my biological impotence that coerces me, encourages me to do it. I feel like an elderly mafioso, like Samsa belongs to me not out of the love we have for one another, but out of the new shared responsibility, because I am in a position to accommodate an improbable, difficult whim. We run through the list that evening, curled up on the sofa. It's strange. We've never spent this much time on the sofa before. We'd bought it so her guests would have somewhere to sit, though we'd always made do with the bed. Lately, we end up here all the time. The sofa is a place for sitting and talking, a sensible piece of furniture designed to promote verticality and position the head as the sovereign supreme of all the subordinate organs, including the heart. I've developed an aversion toward it. I can't stand this heap of junk, not the sofa or the person I become whenever Samsa invites me to sit my ass down. I can't handle the square navy blue cushions crowded with other smaller cushions that are soft and garish and which she uses to buttress herself until she has the comfort she needs to control everything. Her life, her feelings, the words she's already composing, even me. If every now and then she'd hug me the way she hugs those cushions, it might just melt the cold, rigid thing I carry inside and that bucks against me, because it couldn't care less about what I say or the promises I make. A barometer of circumstances. It makes me who I am. It can be shaped, but it won't be won over or driven away. The chemical warfare begins. Samsa is the site of the conflict. Not only does she have her blood drawn several times, she also has to pop pills every morning. Calcium, iron, folic acid, vitamins, iodine, estrogen. She reminds me of an abandoned warehouse suddenly beset by trucks come to unload their freight. Bricks, mortar, cement, beams, insulation, slabs. The impression I get is that she's eating the baby in chunks, little by little, and that once she's swallowed the last piece, the only thing left to do at the clinic will be to get their rubber stamp and press a button. We also have to fill a prescription at the pharmacy for a bunch of little bottles that are as precious as radium and just as hard to get hold of. A month later, they arrive in a package that looks like a box of chocolates, the kind you don't want to throw away once it's empty. The glass vials are as tiny, slim, and adorable as perfume samples. Though they look like they hold water, they're actually full of hormones, the ferments that will activate life and deploy it when the time is right. After dinner, she's supposed to drain one with a very fine syringe, then inject it into the fat around her stomach. Every day for 2 weeks. She asks me if I'll do it. She can't, even though she's tried. She says that jabbing a 10-centimeter long needle in her belly is as good as committing harakiri. The flesh she's pinching becomes taut and the hand holding the weapon refuses to obey. She is shielded by a biological mandate that makes her freeze up and stops the act of aggression. I've never done it before, but how hard can it be? I ever sit on the toilet. I sanitize her skin with a piece of gauze soaked in ethanol and tell her to focus on this baby she's been dreaming about so she can take the injection with dignity. She tells me to go to hell, and I stick her with the needle, plunging the contents of the syringe into her body. It takes a second, all told. She says nothing and stares at me as if I'd just stabbed her. I'm dying to leave her there on her own. Instead, I stay, kiss her forehead, kneel beside her, rest my head on her thighs, and apologize. A sense of calm falls over us like a shadowy canopy, making us feel lighter and closer together. It's cold, she complains as she touches the skin around the perforation. I want to remind her that the sperm she wants and needs so badly is preserved in liquid nitrogen in the freezer, but I keep this thought to myself. That's all for now.
What a great selection from a book full of such beautiful and exacting writing. When you were reading from the Catalan, I should have guessed. I don't speak any Spanish, but I can read some Spanish and grew up in a household where Spanish was often spoken as a second language. And when I was reading in English, the sounds of the text are harsh because English is harsher than the Catalan, but also there are these moments where the writing really becomes lush and the images are really surprising and beautiful. But in the Catalan, it sounds, obviously it's a different language, but it sounds completely different. And so when I was listening to you read the English, I was wondering what you feel when you read your translation. Do you feel that a sense of ownership over the words in a certain way?
Yes, it does make sense. And that's interesting. I feel a sense of over-familiarity, possibly. I don't know if familiarity, like being overly familiar with these words at this point, because I've read this book so many times. I wouldn't say more than the author herself, but definitely dozens of times by this point. So they feel very close. I don't know if I don't know if they belong to me, but they do feel like a cousin.
Yeah,
Maybe.
oh, I like that. Yeah, like a cousin. Not a sister, not as close as a sister.
Maybe not as close as a sister. I'd say a cousin that you see very often. I'm Brazilian, so obviously, you know, cousins, family is a big thing.
Yeah.
And so, you know, cousins are very close, possibly closer than the American notion of cousins. But in terms of the sound, it's funny that you would pick up on that. I'm also reading the Catalan the way I would read the Catalan, right? And
Right.
there was an event that Eva and I did together where she read the Catalan of Permafrost, Bermagel, and it sounded so different to the way that I've been reading it in my head. It's sort of even more forceful in every sort of, I don't know how to explain it. It was just a very sort of marked hammer-like beat. Whereas when I read the Catalan, possibly because, you know, it's not my first language, so it's just a very different rhythm. The way when I read the Catalan, I read it like, you know, in my own way.
Yeah, with maybe a different kind of pleasure in the language, sound of the language than Eva might have. She's coming from it from the feeling of the text or whatever she was feeling when she wrote it. So you're doing two translations then, so through the Catalan and then, since it's not your first language, and then to the English. So there's like two degrees there for you. I'm always when I spoke with, and I'm gonna forget her name, my apologies to this translator who translated Ariana Harwick's last two books of her Involuntary trilogy. I just, as a writer myself, and I think about going back to this idea of ownership of how, you know, I'll read my own text dozens of times and have maybe an overfamiliarity with those words and a sense of struggle and dissatisfaction with the final product. But I think often of translators having this role that is often seen as sort of invisible by the reader, since the name of the author is so big on a book that has been translated, and then, you know, your name is smaller beneath there and maybe easy to overlook. But what you're doing is really writing a new book for us. And that's the book that people like me, the only version that will know. And so I don't know if there's a sense of like, not sadness, that's not the right term, but do you sometimes feel like the work you do as a translator is more or less visible than you wish it was, or is it just right? Like you see the job as, you know.
That's funny. I was at a talk just a few days ago by Jeremy Tiang about the invisibility of the translator. It's a hot topic, especially since Jennifer Croft started talking about, you know, demanding publishers put translators' names on the cover, which is, you know, a very easy step toward visibility. Jennifer Croft, she circulated an open letter, and a few publishers actually changed their policies following that. Her argument being that I'm probably going to summarize this terribly, but by invisibilizing the translator, you're also stripping them of any responsibility for their words. Yes. Which is, you know, it's a double-edged sword. The more visible we are, also the more responsible we are for the words we choose, which is not to say that translators in the past who haven't been arguing for more visibility weren't responsible for the words they chose. But I mean, I live in Providence. I'm nowhere near the New York literary scene. I did live there for a while. I quite like to not be visible all the time, but I actually think that it has more to do with labor than art, or at least for me, the importance of visibility has to do on essentially our rights as laborers, as workers, rather than, and you know, the worker coming with, I mean, it's art. What we're doing is creative work, but we still You know, if the more visible we are, the harder it is for people to mistreat us as workers. So that's where, for me, that's where I fall on the visibility side of things. And I do a lot of advocacy work for translators. But in terms of the craft itself, I think it's impossible to be fully invisible. I mean, obviously I'm reading the text in Catalan the way it sounds to me. I'm writing English the way it sounds to me. If you translate without interpretation, which might be a sort of invisibility, then you're just going to sound like a Google Translate machine, and no one wants to read a Google Translate version of any book.
You put in a Google Translate, it's just like the worst.
It'd be nonsense.
It is not that. Yes, it's like the way that the language is encoded in a living body. And there's a piece from the text that talks about this that I want to read from in a second, but is so visible when you use a machine to do the work that really only humans can do, and that's like the force of the self. And I've read works in translation since I was in high school. The books that are most important to me are works that were written in a language that isn't mine, and you know, so I venerate the translator for bringing me the books that I otherwise wouldn't have access to. And I think the work is so important and so interesting and so beautiful. So I just want to say thank you for your labor. I see it and I respect it and I appreciate it so much. And I'm just fascinated by this question of books in translation as having two authors.
I mean, it is a bit of a collaboration. I think the translator you were talking about is Annie McDermott, who also worked very closely with the editor.
Right, Carolina Orlov.
So it was, you know, 6 hands and 3 brains working on that, plus, you know, the editors and the copy editors and the proofreaders and etc. A book isn't, I mean, you're an author, so you could correct me, but I sort of feel that the book isn't contained to the author. As soon as you put it out in the world, then readers are going to read what, you know, interpret it the way they interpret it, and you can't really control that anymore. So
we're always doing the translation with every reading. Even the same person reading the text twice is going to, you know, translate it differently. And I just think translation should just expose that more, instead of thinking of like a text being created in a single person and then put out into the world. It's that it's not a solitary act the way that it's often described as writing. It's just like a person alone in a room. It is the product of a chorus of many things, of your influences and your ideas and the way language moves through you and the way that it's been implanted in you by all the people that you've met and all the things that you've read and the things that you've heard and music and all of these other things. Exactly. So there's a section on page 24 of the book where she talks about language directly that I just wanted to read and then ask you how you relate to this passage. But language is and always will be an occupied territory. I have the feeling I was shackled to it the moment I was born. Only language can help you belong somewhere and make sure you don't lose your way. It's a nourishing underlayer that seems to live in the mind, migrate down to the mouth, and spoken melt on the lips. So beautiful. At the same time, language is everywhere, occupying the body's farthest flung cells, pushing them to unimaginable places. It urges you on and turns your stomach, confuses your animal instincts, makes you human. No emotion is more indulgent than feeling that you are intensely human, though it can also be the most tyrannical. You are responsible for every word, and no statement is innocent. So I underline that sentence, you are responsible for every word and no statement is innocent. And it definitely feels that way when you're a writer. And it must, again, feel doubly so as a translator that you have to serve the text, just decide how it can best sound in another language. But also know, as you said, the responsibility of that labor is just as enormous, I think, as the responsibility of the writer, trying to do justice to her ideas. And So how does that, I was wondering how that responsibility felt particular to this work as opposed to other books that you've translated. Like what were the aspects of the text that you felt like these are the things I must convey or want most to convey to a reader reading in English?
Well, I guess to begin, I don't really know any unanxious translators, and I think the anxiety might come from a sense of responsibility. I mean, you know, down the line, I hope someone ends up retranslating this book, say in 50 years or when it's no longer in copyright, and giving it their own spin. I think I've been people have, or editors have sort of, some editors have decided that the works that I like translating are kind of edgy, specifically Eva Baltasar and Dolores Reyes, for example. And I guess a bit of my style I like to work on books that have the literary quality, but also the vernacular quality. And she has this a lot because the narrator is so, not sassy, so snarky. She has a lot of attitude, and the best way to convey that is, I think, by using the vernacular. But I don't know if I felt more responsible for this book than others. Eva Baltasar is one of the first author I've translated from Catalan, and Catalan is the last language I picked up. So I've been trilingual since I was 8, but Catalan, I've only picked up Catalan when I was in my 20s. So it doesn't fit as snugly as my other languages that are very much second skins. And so I feel a greater responsibility to do everything I can to get it right. Because, you know, I'm Brazilian, so I've spoken Portuguese at home my entire life. I lived in Mexico and I've spoken Spanish since I was 8. And Catalan isn't it's not, you know, one of the languages that I feel I can claim as much ownership of. And so there's there's making sure that I'm capturing, because she's not an easy writer either. She has there's this balance of, you know, the jokes and the sarcasm, and then also, you know, the everyday speech. And then also on top of that, you have these extremely poetic and complex images. And she relies a lot on sound sometimes to make connections between different things that, you know, and the sounds, as we heard, of English and Catalan, very different. So you have to be creative, while not sacrificing too much, etc., etc. I mean, it's the same with most books you translate, but I feel like with Eva, especially considering how succinct she is in this book, Permafrost felt a bit more unruly to me. Yeah, and this is very, very contained. Every stanza is extremely tight. All of the sentences have a specific beat and rhythm. And so I felt that constraint. I felt like whatever I had to convey with the words I had to, and the words I chose to convey them, had to fit that poetry, because she is a poet first and foremost. So she's challenging for that reason. I think the compression of poetry is really visible in her prose. And so I guess with challenge comes, I mean, with the sense of difficulty comes a greater sense of responsibility, maybe.
That's interesting that you use the word constraint, because the book, as I was reading the very end of it this morning, by the end, I just felt like, you know, I was like in the box with Boulder, with this character who is so much in her mind and so isolated from the rest of the world, sort of by choice, but also because she seems to feel like she just doesn't fit into the other slots that are available seemingly to other people. And so when you're talking about the constraint that you felt as a translator, I think mirrors perfectly the constraint of the text. And so
it is a bit claustrophobic, isn't it?
It is, yes, because there are no real scenes. There's no dialogue. There's no quoted dialogue. You never really get to see the other characters in a whole, and there's very little like full description of other humans. It's like in these really tight bits. And she just, the text holds these other characters very much off in the distance from the very internal life of the narrator. So I don't know if English is more suited to that, or Catalan, or how you take one feeling of that kind of constraint and that sort of inner tightness and put it into the other. But when you were reading the Catalan, I was like, oh, it just gives me such a different feeling of this person's mind. But the English has a harshness to it that suits the meaning of the text and the feeling of the thing that it was trying to convey so well. And so I think about the life that this book and the story and the character that they have in the English. I don't know, it's fascinating.
It is a product of me and my interpretation.
Oh, yeah. So I know you're off to Arizona. I don't want to keep you too long.
Well, I actually, maybe if you have another question, and then I wanted to throw a question back at you.
Sure.
Do you want to go first, or shall I go first?
You go first.
Well, so your name appears a lot on blurbs for, not to treat translated literature as a genre, but many books in translation of many languages seem to come to you, and you write these beautiful blurbs for them. And I just wondered you spoke to this a bit before, what it is about these writings from other cultures, other literary traditions that you feel so drawn to, which is not to say you're not also putting blurbs on American books. I just
you're right.
Don't see them as much.
I do blurb primarily for translated books, and I'm not sure how that got started. I can't remember the first one that I did. Maybe it was for Navarro's Rabbit Island. And then I think other presses may have seen that blurb and thought, oh, she'll do ours too.
She's an ally.
She's an ally, but yeah, I'm obsessed with all these small presses that are putting out works in translation, who are doing beautiful design and who are choosing such interesting writing. I mean, I think it all started when my interest in German and East European literature in high school, when I first saw the film version of a book, Jakob von Gunthen, by Robert Walser. And I saw the film, I said, Du Benimenta by the Brothers Quay, and then I wanted to read the book, and that kind of opened up many worlds of literature to me. And I think I was always hungry for experimentation in writing, and for some reason, I don't know if it's just because the more exemplary books get published, so you're not exposed to kind of all the lesser novels from a place. You're getting books that are really curated by smaller presses and by passionate editors and by brilliant translators. And so I think you get a different kind of focus and quality from these publishers that it's kind of just harder to find in the sea of works in English that are published in this country. So maybe that's a part of it, but I just think that especially now with presses like Charcoal Press, with other stories, with who does all the black and white books, Fitzcarraldo. Yeah, there's just so many great publishers now, and you just see like people just experimenting with form and voice and with a focus on language itself. Those are the type of books I like to read. Those are the books that I'm inspired by, and so maybe that's why I get to do this great job of like reading books before they come out and getting to say something nice about them.
Well, we're very grateful for your support.
You're doing the Lord's work, as they say. It's like it's such a big part of my life and my creative life, but it's just a thing that you know, books sustain me, and I'm a reader first and foremost before I'm a writer. And if I didn't have access to these things, my life would be much less rich, and I would be a much an even lesser writer than I am. So thank you, and thank you to the press, and thank you to Eva for writing this beautiful book and bringing it to us.
Wonderful.
Everyone read it, buy it. It's great.
We're very excited about it. She has a third book that I haven't read yet called Mammoth. We shall see, which is, I think, where she stops talking about I guess there's a trace of motherhood all through permafrost as well, and this third book will finish the series. But yeah, thank you for speaking with me, and for also reading the book, and happy Sant Jordi, everyone, even though we're 21 days early.
Yes, thank you, future readers and buyers of this book. Please support the local translator.
I'm going to stop recording.
Okay.
Hello, welcome everybody. Bona diada tothom. Very happy Sant Jordi. I'm very happy to be joined here today by Matthew Tree, who's a writer, broadcaster, expert in all things Catalan, politics, literature, culture, and also was a very close friend of Jordi Cussá, whose book we will be talking about today. So I translated Cussá's first novel, which was Caballos Salvajes, Wild Horses. And actually, Matthew, I wanted to start, if you don't mind, by reading something from a book that you published a few years ago.
Yeah, about 20, yeah.
Yeah. An Englishman travels through Catalonia to see if it exists. Obviously, it was written in Catalan. And this is something I read, and this is how I first came across both Cussá and Wild Horses. I'm a bit of a freak when it comes to reading references and things. If I find anything, I have to look it up. And in this case, I read this and I found the book, and that's where everything kind of started, really. You say, llegeixo un llibre tan bo que segurament ni tan sols convidaran l'autor a cap programa de ràdio i menys de televisió, de tan genuí, de tan poc tòpic que és aquest llibre, Caballs Salvatges. És gairebé un recorregut per Catalunya paral·lel al que faig jo, però la Catalunya dels drogates. I penso que la gent ja té el cap massa menjat, que mai no acceptarà un llibre d'aquest tipus perquè contrasta massa amb la Catalunya que coneixen, que és la de la televisió i la ràdio, la del ha-ha-ha i el hi-hi-hi. I Cavalls Salvatges ho contradiu, tot això. Fa que sembli bla i fatu i fals. Do you want to explain that quote?
Yeah, a little bit. There was, for a long time, especially under the Franco regime, a tendency in Catalonia to eliminate any kind of negative description of Catalonia, because the whole country was under a kind of definite repression, political, linguistic, cultural, you name it. And at the same time, Catalans themselves were like, well, what can we do to make our country feel, be more prestigious? And so instead of writing Beat Generation type fiction, for example, they wrote poetry, you know, because that was where the prestige lay. So there was a kind of tendency in Catalonia over a large chunk of the 20th century to want to kind of prettify, if you like, the image of the country through writing and in general. So a book like Wild Horses, Jordi Cussá's Wild Horses, which actually showed the kind of underbelly of Catalonia, all these young people in these beautiful rural areas, all sticking needles into their arms and selling highly addictive drugs. You know, this was something that people were not used to reading about. And I think Jordi had a tough time with this book, which is by any standards a fabulous, fabulous novel, because Catalans had never had the chance to have their Alexander Truckys, to have their beat generations. They had not had that opportunity, if you like, and or not much. And Jordi Cussá was kind of doing all of that. Alexander Trucky, Beat Generation, whatever you want, all on his own with his first novel. And of course, nobody knew about him. I mean, I only found out about him by reading a very small paragraph in a small circulation Valencian magazine called Lethem by a Catalan language writer called Empar Moliner, who had discovered Wild Horses, obviously in the Catalan original, and described it in this paragraph. And I thought, whoa, I have got to read this book. And that was why when I did this tour of this sort of road book about Catalonia, which is the one you read from, I made a whole point of going to Berga, which is Jordi Cussá's hometown, or was. He died in July last year, and trying to meet him. And I couldn't meet him. I spoke to his mum, but he was away. Normally he's never away from Berga, but he was away that particular day. But that started the contact with Jordi. And
but you still didn't know him at that point? You hadn't met
personally.
Him? Not personally, right.
Hadn't met him. But we became friends later on, and the real friends, you know, for about 20 years. I mean, I know the cliche, you know, a friendship is like when you pick up as if you just met yesterday, but that is exactly what it was like with Jordi. You know, he was you know, this thing they say you only have a few friends and all through your life. Well, he was one of them.
And he translated one of your novels.
He did. He translated a novel of mine called Snug, which is about a group of Africans who colonize a little English village just to show them what it's like, you know, to be colonized. And he not only translated it, he gave, Snug is a very difficult word to translate into Catalan. He gave the book a different title, De Fora Vingueren. And working with him was fabulous because he did the whole translation. And then he invited me to Berga for like a 4-day session, working 10 hours every day to solve all the doubts that he had about the language in the book. And, you know, we could have ended up strangling each other to death, you know, with that pressure. But in fact, it just reinforced the friendship more. He was absolutely extraordinary about language, both about Catalan and English, which is a language he worked also as a translator into. And, you know, he would pick up on the tiniest nuance of a word, and we would have a 30-minute conversation about where that nuance actually lay and what would be the English equivalent of the Catalan equivalent of that particular word. I mean, he was really a writer. You know?
If I can just go back to what you said about when it was first published, it wasn't necessarily considered high literature, which is something that seems to be quite a big element in Catalan literature, that it has to be, as a repressed language, then all literary production has to be of an incredibly high literary standard. Even when it's kind of subversive, it's still incredibly intellectual. So do you think Cussá this book just kind of was ignored because it didn't do any of those things? I mean, it's an incredibly intelligent book, incredibly well-written book, but it didn't conform with perhaps that vision of Catalan literature at the time.
It was certainly atypical back in 2000 when it was published. It did, in fact, pick up a readership, a small readership, which has grown over the last 20 years. I mean, he's now considered one of the most important 21st century writers in Catalan. but at the time he was unknown and he was writing this stuff. And in fact, one of the extraordinary things about it is that he's able to write about sex in all its many various forms and drugs in all their many various forms in Catalan without it sounding artificial. Because there was, when drugs were written about before in Catalan, there was a kind of tendency either to use the Spanish words, because a lot of drug slang was Spanish, or to use very prissy Catalan words, which didn't ring true. But in Wild Horses, he actually managed to get the language exactly right. So, you know, he's talking about drugs and sex and rock and roll. And at the same time, he's also able to make very serious reflections about life and addiction and death. And that's what makes it such an extraordinary book. Yeah.
And then after Caballos Salvajes, after Wild Horses, he leaves that whole sort of genre behind and writes about, it was La Serp, I think was the novel, right?
The Serpent, yeah. That was another thing the public, his readership found very difficult to cope with, because they thought, oh, we've got our junkie writer in Catalan, you know, it's going to be book after book after book about Catalan lowlifes and stuff like that. And the next book he wrote was this thing about set in the ancient Roman world that lasts, the time span is about a millennium, like 500 BC, before the Common Era, and 500 after the Common Era. And yeah, there's quite a lot of sex in it, no drugs, and it's all about ancient Romans. You know? So it was like, people didn't really know how to cope with that. But in fact, if you knew Jordi, then you knew that one of his great loves was in fact Greek and Roman literature from the ancient period, from the classical period. I mean, he had read so much of that stuff, and he loved that whole universe. So it's a historical novel without being a genre historical novel. In other words, it's like those people are just as alive as the characters in Wild Horses. They just happen to be living in a Catalan, a town in what later would become Catalonia 1,000 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, that's it. He was just a great storyteller, I think. I mean, really, really fantastic.
Well, he did exactly what he wanted. So the third book was about a priest who becomes a gun-toting revolutionary in South America, you know, and there's a book after that about a musician who's an alcoholic, but in order to get a job with an American gospel group, he has to stop drinking alcohol. You know, it's actually Clara y los Hombres. It's one of the books of his I like the most. And in general, I mean, he just did exactly what he wanted. And, you know, for both publishers and some readers, that's unforgivable in a writer.
Well, I think there's two things that are unforgivable. And in the Catalan context, it's not being able to be pinpointed as a writer. This is how this person writes, because with Jordi, it was, like you said, he did whatever he wanted, and each book could be very, very different. But also he was doing it from outside of Barcelona. So these two things, not having an immediately identifiable style or sort of style, I suppose, but and doing it from Berga. But do you think that's what's kind of stopped him from having the acclaim that he's getting now, rather belatedly?
It's difficult to say. There's definitely a tendency in Catalonia that if you're not from Barcelona or Girona, which is a kind of little cultural universe on its own, which is highly respected in Barcelona, but if you come from what is called Central Catalonia, which is the area, let's say, more or less directly to the north and east of Barcelona, there's a tendency not to be taken seriously. People don't take you seriously if you're from Berga or you're from Beek or you're from Manresa, these towns in big towns in central Catalonia. So that's definitely a factor. Plus the fact that for health reasons, he didn't move around a great deal. So he really did live in Berga most of the time. In fact, he lived in a kind of glass room, which he called Cal Pardal, home of the sparrow, because he just felt like a little sparrow sitting there and writing away and stuff. Yeah. He did do presentations in Barcelona for most of his books. But to give you an idea, one of his books, a book he wrote about Sarajevo and the war, the Bosnian War, that was actually translated into Italian, but he was too ill to be able to go to the Italian presentation. So he never, he wasn't very visible, let's put it like that, in the media or.
I remember when, I think, public. So probably about a year and a half ago when his penultimate novel came out, he was invited onto Mestres 24 Xavier Grasset. And I think Grasset says to him something like, "Oh, it's great to have you here." And his reply was, "Well, I'd come more often if you invited me." It's this kind of, it's Barcelona that is not paying me, isn't inviting me to these things. But I just to touch slightly on what you said about traveling and Barcelona and things like that. Just to go back to the novel, for me, it's one of the really interesting elements of the novel is that I think they go to Barcelona a couple of times and it's just passing through. Most of the action is in the rest of Catalonia, Lleida, Pont de Suert, Vic, Puigcerdà. There are a few other road trips, but it's very much, the novel gives us a very broad vision of Catalonia in those years. And as such, as a kind of sociological perspective, which is another aspect. I think obviously we can talk about the sort of linguistic creativity, the numerous voices, characters, the rhythm, that kind of beatnik style, the influence of Greek literature and Shakespeare. But the book has a real historical value, I think. It gives us a really strong vision of a time and place.
Well, in 80s Catalonia, which is when the novel is set, I lost one friend and two people I knew to heroin, overdosing or getting AIDS through the needles and stuff. And it really was a huge thing in Catalonia at the time. I think in the whole of the Spanish state, Catalonia had the highest AIDS figures from drug use of any other part of Catalonia. So yeah, that was definitely, I mean, it is like a kind of road book traveling around Catalonia, but with junkies, with people who are seriously addicted to these drugs. Although Jordi doesn't make any moral comments, but he does make it very clear that it wasn't all fun and games.
Yep.
In fact, years later, because when my kids were 12 or 13, we went to visit Jordi for the big Berga ceremony, which is now an international event, the Patum. And after that was over, my son, he was 12 or 13, he just asked Jordi straight out, "How did you become an addict to heroin, and a heroin addict, and how did you stop?" And Jordi, who never patronized anybody, no matter what their age, he talked to everybody in the same direct, honest way, like his books. He said, for the first 2 years, it's incredibly exciting. It's like you're living in a film. You're running from place to place. You're making money with the drugs. You have to be careful of the police. It's just one excitement after another, one thrill after another. He said, after 2 years, you discover that you can't stop. And then it just turns into hell. And I thought that was actually quite good for my son to hear that, because he was, if anybody knew, Jordi knew. So that lesson kind of, or that comment sunk in. Yeah. And the book, that would be the spirit of the book, if you like. It doesn't moralize, but it doesn't glorify either.
I think as well that what's great to see now is that we're seeing this book take on different kind of well, there's different versions. I mean, when did the Spanish translation come out? Was it last year or the year before? It was 2 years.
Last year.
And then so there's a comic graphic novel that's been made.
That also came out last year.
The English translation's coming out in a few months.
That's right.
And obviously alongside the original, you know, and each text adds something different to the story. I think it was interesting reading, because Jordi did the Spanish translation.
Yeah.
It was quite interesting to read how, you know, he's revisiting his own text 20 years later. It was interesting to see the changes he made. The graphic novel, obviously, it's a different format, so things are changed. It's really fun to see how this novel is kind of taking on new lives after, you know, 20 years later.
And we shouldn't forget that, in fact, there was a revised version of Wild Horses in Catalan that came out about 5 or 6 years ago, published by Inberga, by Albi, which is the...
Is that quite different to the original text?
No, it's just, I think he clarified some things which I'm talking about the plot, the storyline. He clarified some things which he thought weren't clear enough in the first version. But basically, it's the same book. Yeah.
The last thing I would say, because we've probably gone over time, but the last thing I would say is the music, the soundtrack to the novel. How would you describe that for viewers?
Well, as you know, he starts off every chapter with a quote from a lyric from mainly 70s, early 80s music. The title of the book itself is taken straight from a song by the Rolling Stones. And so forth. And music was incredibly important to him. He used to be a disc jockey, you know, when he was younger. So he knew a lot about music. He listened a lot to music when he was working. So it really is sex and drugs and rock and roll. You know? He knew what he was talking about.
Well, I think that's the perfect line to end on. Matthew, thank you very, very much.
Pleasure, thank you.
It's great to hear your first-hand experience of not just knowing Jordi, but working alongside him. The translation into English will be out in July, and I very much hope that this has all encouraged you to give it a read. Thank you very, very much.
I've also promised his mum to bring her personally a copy of the English translation.
Wonderful. Great. So look, thank you for joining us today, and wishing you all a very happy Sant Jordi.
So sorry.
Hello, I'm Mara Faye Lethem, and I'm here today with Peter Bush to talk about two of his recent translations, a film, 3,000 Meters by Victor Català, and one that I don't have a copy of, so he'll have to hold up himself. Peter, there we go, 40 Lost Years by Rosa Maria Arquimbao. And I thought, since we don't really need much of an introduction, that'd be better to start with a reading and get straight into it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read from a film. And the protagonist of the film is a guy called Nonat Ventura. And he was an orphan brought up in by a woman that sold chickens and a sailor who had to give up being a sailor because he was becoming too old and weary. So he just helps mooring boats on the beach. And anyway, he gets out of the orphanage, out of the situation on the coast and the Costa Brava, and he goes to Girona. And there he starts working in a small factory. And from that factory, he goes on to a bigger and better factory in Barcelona. And he thinks his parents, who have obviously rejected him, are rich. And he's hoping that he's going to track them down in Barcelona. Anyway, in the meantime, he becomes very adept at almost becoming a manager in this bigger factory in Barcelona. But at the same time, he's cultivating a persona, and that is of a young gentleman. And so when I'm going to read this passage from when he's on the Passeig de Gràcia after work. Never patched or darned, made to measure, and carefully adapted to his specifications, that outfit bore the distinguished lines of a military uniform. Now that he wasn't being watched or hustled, Nonat could spend all the time he wanted on his appearance and emerge on the street as a dandy. His naturally attractive features were better set off by his modest attire, and you'd have said he wasn't a real worker, but a famous actor disguised as a worker. Then, by tram or on foot, depending on his pocket, he only took his bicycle when he was going shopping or on errands, because he wouldn't have known where to leave it. He went downtown and strolled along Carrer Fernando or sat on a chair in Passeig de Gràcia. El Signoret felt blissfully on top of the world, eyeing elegant goods in shop windows or mingling with the bourgeois, languidly enjoying the shade from the plane trees. Nonat's gleaming shoes, bright white collar and cuffs enhanced the somber simplicity of his overall, and combined with his tastefully slanted tie-pin and sleek hair, his appearance didn't jar in such surroundings. Something about him did stand out, however. On work days, he never wore anything on his head, though he owned caps of all kinds. He considered a cap to be an unsightly item that didn't go with his ensemble. If it was English, he found it made him look common, even thuggish. And if it was leather peaked, it didn't go with his blue dungarees. The latter cried out for white piqué or raw silk, but he was too embarrassed to sport for fear of being ridiculed. As for the ugly little outfits worn by Perroy, his friend, Nonat would rather have been dead than seen wearing them. So unable to find anything suitable, and after lengthy soul searching, he decided against them, suppressed the problem by suppressing the cause, and initiated, perhaps even pioneered, the hygienic, fetching fashion of going bareheaded at all times. So that's Nonat.
Thank you, Peter. I was curious to see what you would choose to read, and it makes me think about how appearance is so important in terms of class in this novel. The title of our little talk today is about the intersection between class and gender. And in the case, our two protagonists, one is a woman and one is a man. So obviously their their working lives are very important to both of them in different ways, and to different degrees of respectability. I don't want to do any spoilers, but in the case of Nonat, the male protagonist of a film, his appearance is very important in his class aspirations.
Yeah, he wants to be a Barcelona bourgeois, and the appearance is all part of that. He wants to be refined, but the problem is he doesn't have the money really to do that. So how does he do it? Well, he does it by stealing to begin with, by stealing opportunistically from his position as a kind of almost semi-manager of this factory, because he kind of persuades his boss to set up this scheme where they can go out into the different districts of Barcelona and collect up stuff that people are throwing out, and then refashion them into goods that can be sold or use them as scrap. And as he's doing this, he kind of visits households and often steals things whilst he's getting hold of whatever's being thrown out. So he becomes a thief and a pickpocket as well, and he's very handy with his hands.
Yeah, it's somewhat ironic because when he puts his mind to it, he's very good at doing an honest job. Even as an apprentice, he does very well, and then when he's at the factory, he's capable of very hard work.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the Victor Catalan is kind of making the point that this guy is very intelligent. I mean, he's not only capable of doing the work with metal and with the tools, but also in organizing the work in the factory, and also getting on very well with his fellow workers. He's much respected by them, and he treats them very well as a kind of pseudo manager. I think that the other thing to say about him is to put him in there's not much of a kind of historical aspect to this novel in the sense of references to historical time, but it was written, Victor Catalan started writing it in 1918, and the first episode of it was published in a literary magazine called Catalan in 1919.
It was serialized, correct?
It was serialized from 1919 to 1921 or 22. But obviously, 1919, I mean, that 1918, when she was writing it, that was just after the Russian Revolution, and also a wave of anarcho-syndicalist strikes and quasi-revolutionary movements in Barcelona itself. And Victor Catalan was living there at the time, and so she was very aware of the presence of the working class in Barcelona, and she kind of mingled with radicals. And Nonat and his mate, when they're in Girona to begin with, they are reading kind of revolutionary anarcho-syndicalist newspapers and so on.
Well, it's very interesting to see an urban side to Victor Catalan, because we think of her so much as a rural writer, and in a way, part of what dates this also is the title and the idea that this is a film that she's creating, which is very interesting. It's in the little kind of preface that she has, she talks about that.
Yeah, well, I think that's a kind of it's a kind of deliberate move against the noucentistas. I mean, to espouse the film, which was really kind of held in the film in was seen as a popular art form, well, not seen as an art form, but as a popular form of entertainment, and the kind of very kind of high culture people in Catalonia, in Barcelona, had nothing but contempt for the film. So for the fact that she decides to say that her novel is really a kind of film, and as she says in the she's a, you know, goes at, it's very it's something that's lacking in substance. She says it's just pure entertainment. You don't have to worry your head where all the threads are going. It's something that's lighthearted, which of course is it's kind of ironic, because in fact when you get reading the novel, there are all kinds of threads, and you want to tie them up. So she's kind of having fun. But if what you're saying is true, it was a big shock to her readers, I think, and to the literary scene in Barcelona, that she decided to write this novel that was centered on the well, not simply just the working class workers, factory workers, but also there is a kind of view of the Barcelona upper class from the perspective of Nonat, really, of the Liceo, horse, you know, learning to ride horses and go to big parties and up, you know, kind of, and so on and so forth. So it's and when it came out, it was panned by the critics. You know, what they said: why is Victor Català writing this kind of novel? She doesn't know anything about these people, but she in fact did, and you can see it from the way that she characterizes not just Nonat, but his whole world, because basically it's like a kind of picaresque noir, I think, where he's making his way in life as best he can. But as he goes from factory to factory, and from factory pseudo manager to being Barcelona's big gang leader, what he does is he kind of enters into different kinds of social worlds, and I think the kind of gender class intersection comes through in the novel through these different worlds, where there are different kind of women who are suffering in one way or another, or triumph, are kind of conquering in one way or another. But you know, like there's the woman who's married, has been living with a priest, and inherits his wealth, and she'd been laughed at because she was basically, you know, his housekeeper and servant. But then she becomes she inherits his wealth.
And then moves in. A widow moves in with her, because I think, and this is an interesting segue, maybe we're not ready yet, but into 40 Lost Years, because the women's economy of marriage and, you know, trysts and all that is a very interesting one in that book. And I think one of the things that allows Nonat to succeed, if you can call his journey a success, is that he's very cold. He moves in with people and he gets in, you know, people like him. He's very handsome, but he never gives his heart away. He doesn't get involved romantically. And I think that distance that he has is in a way his economy of aspirational class movement.
Yeah, I mean, he's ruthless in his relationships. Absolutely ruthless.
Although, of course, his whole start is a sentimental one, to find his parents, but then he turns it into that he wants to find his parents because he's convinced that they must have been upper class, because he can feel it in his heart, right?
Yeah.
So
but of
yeah,
course, we can't kind of say really what that is. We'd kind of spoil it for readers, but yeah. But I mean, for instance, when he moves in with Rovira, the manager in the factory, there's that figure. I think her name is Carmeta, who is Rovira's sister, who's a spinster, and she's a very kind of sad, almost kind of tragic character. Remember, she gets she gets cancer, and she moves in with the woman who was the housekeeper to the trees, Pepper, and she has this kind of terrible tumor, and she's bleeding, and she smells and makes the whole place smell, and yet at the same time she hates Nonat, but at the same time has some kind of physics attraction to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does. He's also kind of adopted by various male characters who feel a real love for him, and he exploits that to his advantage. But I think that is an interesting segue into Laura Vidal, the protagonist of 40 Lost Years, and how she, as a single woman and as a working woman, how she kind of makes her way through different political climates.
Yeah, I think with Laura Vidal, I mean, what struck me about that novel when I first read it was it's very different. The voice is it really seems like the voice of a working class woman, particularly of a young working class woman. Much more so in a way than in Diamond Square by Rudureda, I think. And it's much more political in the sense that Laura Vidal kind of welcomes the coming of the statute for Catalan autonomy, the Catalan Republic, and then the Second Republic. And she's out in the street. She and her friend, they get on the bus and they go around on the bus around Barcelona, soaking up the atmosphere. And of course, her father is an anarchist. He works for a furniture company, and he's an anarchist. And her mother, she's the concierge and kind of scrubs the stairs and polishes the doorknobs. And she wants not to be like that. There's that from the age of 14, she wants to be free. She wants to be independent. And I think it's very interesting the way that it's a very short novel, but it's almost as if you get the whole of the period from the Republic to the dictatorship in those 150 pages. It's very kind of succinct and yet and very kind of from her kind of experiences of all of that, which to an extent are based on Arquim Bau's experiences herself as somebody who was a Catalan feminist who campaigned for the Estatut, and she was a journalist. She wrote on the divorce, abortion, and so on. And she had to go into exile in 1939 and didn't come back to Barcelona for a number of years. She went to North Africa and tried to get to Latin America and failed in the way that Laura Vidal fails as well.
I love how the novel opens with Francesc Macià's proclamation of the Catalan Republic, and Laura is 14 years old, and just sort of getting an inkling of what is politics and what her father says. It's a lovely.
Can I read a bit of that?
Oh, that'd be lovely.
I read just the first page, I think. We were still sitting around the table after lunch when a very flustered Herminia walked in. Have you heard the news? Macià has proclaimed the Republic of Catalonia. Father immediately jumped to his feet. Is that true? I think so, replied Herminia. My brother phoned to say he wouldn't be back for lunch because he was in Paso de Sant Jaume, where he says crowds of people are clapping and shouted, Visca Catalunya. It was only to be expected after last Sunday's election results, said Father, but I didn't think it would happen so quickly. What does it all mean, asked Esperanza, that's Laura's sister, that we'll be free, that everything's going to be all right? I've no idea, said Father. At work, some people say it will, and some say it won't. Mother, who was clearing the table, said, come on, Laura, hurry up or you'll be late. You mean they won't give us a day off on a day like today? Asked Erminia. Father stared at her. As far as I'm concerned, he said, I've got no choice. There's work waiting to be done. Come on, said Erminia, winking at me on the sly. Move yourself, we're leaving. Quick, are you ready? Yes, I whispered, wiping my mouth on a serviette. I'll do my hair in a jiffy. Be quick, I'm waiting, muttered Erminia. Esperanza grumbled as she left the table. And I'll have to get back to the shop as usual, back to sewing corsets and bras for those fat hussies. And I think it's very interesting the way that the friendships of Laura are developed, because Erminia is her friend. Her friend's parents have a shoe shop, so they're slightly better off, kind of lower middle class people. But Erminia goes into exile as well. And then there's the friend Engracia. And they all work, and I think this is very important, as dressmakers. Now, dressmakers figure in Un Film. And if you remember, in Un Film, the dressmakers, there's a young dressmaker who is being groomed by a lecherous jeweler, and the dressmakers in the area kind of eventually chase this lecturer out of the district. And Laura Vidal and her friends are dressmakers, and these dressmakers in Barcelona in the 1920s were working class women who had earned a reasonable amount of money. They had some independence, and they had some political and trade union clout, and I think that's important. The thing about Engracia is that, well, another aspect of the novel in terms of the intersection of class and gender is that Laura is very pragmatic about things sexual. She's approached by a lawyer in a car who kind of wants to pick her up, and eventually she goes in with this guy because she thinks that this is the only way she's going to be able to have a flat where she can set up her own dressmaking business. Engracia and Laura go off to the nightlife in Barcelona, and the clubs and the nightclubs and bars and so on. The people that they consort with are usually the señoritos, the señorettes, who are the sons of textile manufacturers in Terrassa and Sabadell. And after the Civil War, Engracia, who'd shacked up with this guy who makes a fortune on the black market after the Civil War by selling chickpeas and other things, she becomes a señora, a respectable person. And Laura, while benefiting from the money she gets to re-establish herself as a dressmaker under the dictatorship, she can't stomach Engracia's espousal of a man who is a kind of fascist black marketeer. So she's somebody who kind of has principles, but she also has a darker side to her because she has very racist views. You know, when she goes to North Africa, the Catalan kind of community in Oran is very hostile to the Algerians, and Laura goes along with that. So she's a kind of complex character in the sense that she, on the one hand, she wants freedom, but on the other hand, she kind of has these ideas that to us are, well, not just to us, but are kind of simply racist, of her time and of her class. Yeah.
It's interesting because she sort of seems to be a character who's born liberated in a certain way, sexually or as a woman. yet she is very clear about, the respectability of marriage and the convenience of, even when they're in France, she says, about Francesc, he needed my affection and I needed his flat.
That's right, yes.
So it's and then towards the end of the novel, when she sees a poster that says "Make love, not war," and she's kind of bemused, kind of befuddled by this concept, because so much about her sexual life, even from the married man, it is about an economy of, respectability on one hand and economics on the other.
That's right. Yeah. And she has, during the Civil War, she has this kind of friendly relationship with an anarchist. We presume he's an anarchist, who brings her a sack of potatoes and things like this.
The romantic sack of potatoes.
The romantic sack of potatoes. And then, of course, this guy also has to go into exile after the Civil War, and he does go to Latin America, and then he comes back, and they bump into each other on Calle Pelay, and there's a kind of, almost, you feel that there's going to be a happy ending here, as in Diamond Square, but quite the opposite. She can't bring herself to believe that this is going to work. And her friends and her sister say, don't, this is not going to work. Don't try it. So she doesn't try it, which means at the end, she's somebody who she's kind of seems embittered, because her friend Herminia has had children. Her sister, her other people have had relationships. Even Engracia, she's had this relationship with this nasty guy, but she's had a relationship. Whereas she has that kind of flirtatious set of conversations with that young man who was a journalist, but then it turns out that he was only using her and her connections to help his career in journalism. So yes, she has a kind of, and all of this kind of in a contrast with that tremendous optimism that she felt as a 14-year-old.
And there's that poignant moment when her niece says that she's going to marry, and things are different now. You can decide whether you want to have children. It's not, what did she say? It's not a lottery like it used to be.
That's right.
And she sees this glimpse of the next generation in a way, but we haven't really talked much about this, but of course, much of her character development has to do with her success, her financial success.
Yes.
And the independence that affords her, which has its ups and its downs, as you were saying, but she really does make an independent life for herself.
Yeah, in that sense, she's very different to Pidgey Kulumeta in Diamond Square, because right from the beginning, with that statement that she wants to be free when she's 14, that's her guiding principle. And in a way, you can say that it comes from her wish not to be like her kind of working class parents, who just had to graft and never had any opportunity to kind of really live any other life apart from graft. She experiences different things. She is to that extent successful. Whereas,
yeah, she's how they're obsessed on the day the Catalan Republic is declared, but aren't they going to get a day off to celebrate?
But I think that kind of detail is what makes it seem the novel so real, because it the getting on the top of that bus to go around to Barcelona to see what's happening. They're all kind of small details that bring it to to life. I mean, I think it's a kind of masterly novel in the sense that Hagalín Björnsdóttir manages to kind of relate the history, but through lives that really live on the page and strike you. You think, well, this Laura Vidal kind of sounds like really somebody.
We don't have much time left.
Oh,
so
no, we don't. No.
I was thinking about a film as a potential film and thinking this would be a very expensive film to make because there's so many characters. But I thought, and I don't remember the director's name, but you know that film, An Imitation of Life or Imitation of Life. I thought there's something there. The other thing I thought of the doubloon, Nonat's doubloon, that is sort of his rosebud.
Yes. I think there is a kind of project to turn it into a film, actually.
Oh, really?
I think somebody is kind of writing a film script. Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously a long way from a film script to actually going into production, but I do think it would make an excellent film. It's got, or like a mini series.
A mini series.
A mini series.
It's very episodic, but yeah, it really pulls you in and has quite a fast pace, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, any last words?
No, I kind of hope I'm hoping that that people will read both of these novels, because I think they're kind of examples of writing by women about a kind of working class lives in the context of Barcelona and civil war and class conflict, strikes, factories, and so on. And I think that that makes them very original, because you would think that mostly people would think, oh, this is the kind of novel that men would write, but no, these are two novels that were written by women.
And they both have a constant focus on how to make ends meet, and the importance of that. They're not focused, sometimes you'll read a novel where it seems like the person hardly has a job because it's all about their, romantic life or their adventures somehow. But these characters are all very worried about how they're gonna get to the end of the month, and
yeah, I mean, how they're going to survive, which is, after all, what most people in Spain from the 1920s to the 1960s were worried about. How am I going to get something on the table? How am I going to feed my family? And that, of course, is something that should resonate with people today, when millions of people today are worried about what's going to, whether they're going to be able to eat or heat. And when like the war in Ukraine, you see all those images of what, and the interviews with people from Ukraine, people who were, until like 6 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago, were leading normal lives, had dreams of freedom and what they were going to do as families, or what they were going to do in the future, like Laura Vidal. And then, of course, a war erupts, and that smashes all of these hopes of freedom and happiness.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the rings that her lover gave her, now she's trying to hawk them at the border and figure out a way to get a roof over her head and some food in her stomach. Yeah. Well, thank you, Peter. It's
Oh,
always
not
great
at all,
to talk
Maryse.
to
Thanks
you.
for the conversation.
No, well, thank you for the translations. They're lovely. It's really, really wonderful to read all the different registers, and we could go on for much longer talking about a lot of different aspects.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the translations, and I hope people will buy the books.
Yeah, and Feliz Sant Jordi. We've had a very strange
Feliz
one
Sant
here.
Jordi. Yeah.
With hail and a rainbow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. How exciting.
Yeah, not great for book stands out on the street, but
no.
Well, it says we have 3.5 minutes left.
All right. Okay.
Before they cut us off.
Well, I mean, on this kind of issue of the intersection between, I mean, I think that it's worthwhile thinking about Victor Català from the perspective of film, and thinking about her short stories from the perspective of film rather than vice versa. And I've kind of reread and read the stories that have been published by Club Editor, and quite a number of the stories are in fact set in Barcelona. So the idea that even her short stories were completely rural is incorrect. But there's a very powerful story, I don't know whether you've read it, called Carnestoltes, which is about carnival set in the carnival in Barcelona. And it's from the perspective of a marquesa who has a flat overlooking the Rambla, and she's infirm. She's in a wheelchair, and she's kind of very conscious of class. The carnival comes by and she looks out and says, "This you know, it's so gross. It's so coarse."
Vulgar, yeah.
So vulgar. But then, well, again, I can't kind of spoil it. But there's a very there is a kind of, she finds that she actually has a different attitude, in fact, towards somebody from a different class that hasn't anything to do with vulgarity. And I think this is true of a lot of Victor Català's stories, that the characters have this consciousness of class, and it can be of class, and also of the kind of tensions that there are between people who are from Barcelona and people who live in the countryside.
Yeah, well, she's on a balcony looking down.
Yes.
In her wheelchair. That's already, the image is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to talk to you, and it says we have less than a minute, so I don't want to get cut off in midstream, but I'll hold this up again, and you should. This is published by Open Letter in the US, and 40 Lost Years is published by Funda Stampa in the UK, which is also distributed now in the US. So pick up these books for Sant Jordi presents.
Sant Jordi presents, original writing by Catalan women. Hi.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Berkobien.
This is Maria Cristina Fernandez Hall. Whoops.
And we'll be reading from our upcoming translation of Goodbye Ramona by Montserrat Roig. Our panel today, or our reading, is about domestic politics, thinking about the politics of the home, the politics of the woman, and the politics of Catalunya. We're so excited to have you join us for this great Sant Jordi reading. So start us off. Oh, we'll be reading a short excerpt where we're following the mother in the story, Mundeta Ventura, as she enters the morgue looking for her dead or possibly dead husband.
Yeah. And this book is out with Fum de Stampa in a couple of weeks, so be on the lookout. It is very exciting. All right. Well, should I get started?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So here we go. We're at the morgue. Not a single tram passed by on the street, and I missed the yellow of Barcelona's trams like never before. It was drizzling out, and the cold was growing ever more melancholy. I don't know how to say that. I entered Hospital Clínic, and a soldier told me to go to the morgue on the other side of the building. I went down a long hallway, its walls damp and peeling, then onto another hallway, then another and another, until I saw a kind of side entrance, and I pushed through the door and found myself in the heart of the morgue. There was a crowd of people, and everyone was talking. They let out a strange murmur, like a swarm of bees. I caught the scent of death and nearly fainted, but I clenched my fists tight and walked to the other side where a mass of stretchers had people laid out on them. Those were the dead. All of them had tags pinned to their clothes or strung around their necks. I read the first, which said, "Unidentified man, found on Gran Via, Cross Street, Balmes, admitted March 17, 1938. I read it 3 times and the letters swelled and jumped off the page. I didn't dare lift my gaze to look at the tagged man's face. I clenched my fists again and planted my feet firmly on the ground. I looked at the tagged man's face. It had been blown to bits. His face was like a gelatinous mass. Beside him was a girl, tiny as a doll, inside a box. She didn't have the same stunned eyes as the tagged man, or a sunken forehead, or 2 teeth jutting out above her upper lip, 2 aggressive and motionless teeth, or a mouth gaping in anguish. She was a sleeping girl, nothing like the tagged man, and Lord knows if that man was even Joan. And I leaned back on a narrow stretch of a wall, and the man in the white coat passed by. The gentleman in the white coat asked me what I was doing there. I told him I was looking for my husband, who might be the man beside the girl who looked like a doll, and he replied that they wouldn't know until tomorrow, that I better not get in the way, that us folks outside were making an unholy ruckus, that I should come back another time if I didn't mind, that they were quite busy tagging the bodies. I heard a woman say, "This morning at least 3 sirens went off. They're really trying to get at us, the lowlifes." They were foreign planes doing practice exercises, another woman added. "What do you mean, practice exercises?" All sorts of bodies kept showing up. And the gentleman in the white coat said, "Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow we can give you a concrete answer. It's easier to identify the bodies once they're already tagged. A quick glance and that's that." I said that my husband could be the tagged man. And he said, "Oh, 3 other women have already claimed that the tagged man could be their husband." And at the back of the room, the women's voices grew louder and louder. "It's not just one bombing, a single bombing we can deal with. This is worse than when they bombed us from the sea." And the white coat told me that they'd call me crazy if I insisted that the tagged man was my husband. There was no telling who they were, not in a million years. He said that almost every head came in charred, literally destroyed, no eyes, no nose, that I should just try and guess how the specific face of some person, of that man, for example, might have been. I didn't dare look, and the smell of death, of coagulated blood left uncleaned, of sweat, of blood, of corruption, the smell of war that wouldn't leave me. And then I saw them bringing in a man, blown up like a balloon with green juices draining from his ears. And I remembered the days I'd go to the cemetery with Mother to clean Father's funeral niche, a niche made completely out of white marble with floral inlays and a snail surrounded by shells in the middle, because that's how he had wanted it. and Mother set down a bouquet of gardenias and daisies, which seemed a strange combination to me. But she said they were more romantic than mallow flowers, which grew everywhere. And the cemetery was quite large, possessing a little square in the middle, and near the back, an assortment of trees whose vines blanketed the adjacent wall. It was always quite sunny when we visited, so we'd go for a stroll. And if Aunt Sixta came with us, she'd always say the same thing. It's nice to walk through the cemetery on a sunny day.
The man in the white coat, seeing me brooding in front of the man blown up like a balloon, thought I was looking at him and said, "There's no telling who he was, what his life was like." And right after, "But we don't have time enough to compose poetic obituaries." He explained that he was a doctor and, as he was in charge of the morgue, his colleagues called him the corpse dresser. But he considered himself a poet, and before the war he had won the Golden Eglantine for his poetry at the annual Jocs Florals contest. He said that he was passionate about verse, a beautiful motif. What could he say? A lark, a fern-filled forest, willows near the river banks, a beautiful woman. Just force a rhyme into the last bit, and there you have it. Poetry. And now he was only a butcher who sought to prepare, God willing, bits of flesh that we call human. And I was more and more dizzy, more foggy-headed, from the smell of death, dense and compact. There was a pile of bones on a stretcher and, on top, a skull that looked like a child's. The doctor said that sometimes they got it wrong and mixed up the skeletons and that the skulls didn't match the bodies, or vice versa. A beautiful woman's head on top of the cage of a man. A chaplain's, for example. Grotesque. And he turned to see the look on my face. But I'd gone pale. The blood had drained from my face. My hands were sweating. My stomach was turning, and all of it. Skeletons, craniums, bones, skulls, the man like a balloon, the burned skin, the man in the white coat whirled around me like a train wheel without stopping, without ever stopping. And the doctor asked if I was feeling faint, if I was crying because I thought my husband was dead. And he told me to go home. He asked me if my parents were around, and I told him no. It's not so bad living alone, he said, and that I should have a cup of linden or lemon verbena tea and resume my investigation the next day, more calmly this time. Nothing's wrong with me, I said. I'm expecting is all. And he asked when the child was due, and I said sometime around summertime, and the doctor said, just wait. You'll see what joy your baby will be born into. And that my husband hadn't been at the Colosseum. Just wait and see. And I said, no, he had to be there. He told me so before leaving the house. And the doctor smiled. What a meek little woman. And that I should also try going to the Hospital Regional or the Hospital Militar. A lot of people had died and they weren't all at the clinic. They wouldn't fit. Come on, no more tears, he was saying. You'll see things in a different light if you just go outside. I asked where they put them, the remains, and he told me that I asked very strange questions, that they didn't lose track of a single person's ashes because they were kept neatly on the shelves, each with their own tag and number. And afterward, we try to find the most suitable place for them. That's if their relatives don't show up. But I was a faithful wife, and there'd be no chance of misplacing them. And the women's voices rose again. They aren't bringing us the wounded today, only the dead. Yes, hunks, bits of flesh, the remains of charred skeletons, slices of skin, scraps of those who have met their maker. And the doctor? Don't listen to such talk. You seem like a delicate woman. And that the war had ruined his poetic vein, that he had joined the riffraff. He used to write his verses with care, with an abundance of love, that then had been the time for poetry. He told me that before the war he belonged to an excursionist club that was fond of summiting the highest peaks, as if they could tickle the sky, if only a little. And the doctor in the white coat grew taciturn and said, "What foolishness." and that if he had spoken that way, it was only because my pale, sunken face and my desperate eyes had softened him. My eyes. Ignacy would tell me that I had eyes that could truly see. And the doctor in the white coat repeated, I'm not sure what's to come, a girl like you, sobbing in the middle of a bloody mess. Tomorrow you'll find your husband. Just wait and see. That's right. And then I was tugging at his heartstrings, and that I should stop. It would be a stupid coincidence if my husband were there at the Coliseum. Stop crying. I have a feeling that he's been saved. Look, he told me, they need me now. But if you're a good girl and not a bother, you can sit outside the waiting room where they bring in the wounded. Sit yourself down on a bench and try to sleep for a while, because I don't know how long you'll have to stay. And there's no need to cry. I don't know how long you'll have to stay. You can expect it to take hours, the whole night even. More trucks are still on their way because there aren't enough ambulances. And, he said, we're lucky that the soldiers help gather the dead and the wounded. Okay. Wow, just remembering the process of translating that, Christy.
No.
Body horror, a lot of body horror. But I do think it's a pretty good entrance into what we want to talk about for, just about 4 minutes, which is this idea of domestic politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the figure of Mundeta Ventura is kind of like Rocha's mom in a little bit. Now, we shouldn't be reading everything as autobiographical, but just like Mundeta Ventura, Rocha's mom, was a leftist, or at least a Republican. She was fighting for women's rights. And it's a really beautiful thing in Rocha's work to see how she's imagining all of the women in her life in fiction, right? I'm not sure if you have.
And I think that this specific part of the novel is kind of the first part where Mundeta Ventura, who is Ramona Ventura, right? Mundeta is like the nickname. And that's the first part where she really gets to imagine anything. Like, this is the one point where she's searching to see if her husband may or may not be there, and she's actually kind of becoming a political person, if only for a moment, right? And she's imagining like what life would be like if her husband is dead, or what it's going to be like when he does show up, right? And she seems kind of like to have agency just in that one part, and so it's very significant, right? And it's also the part where the pregnancy gets introduced. Like, there's going to be more generations to come, right? And like how that plays out in this section is kind of interesting because, like, as you're saying, the author Montserrat Roig is kind of like potentially imagining like her life is an imagining of what other people's lives might have been like without like certain constraints, right? So.
Especially, I mean, with Franco winning and becoming dictator, right? So really seeing how her family, the people that she loved, their lives were frustrated, and all the people they could have been. And I think we would agree that this whole novel is also Roig imagining and carving out a space for herself. We see that we didn't say this up front, but there are 3 Mundetas, there are 3 Ramonas, the grandmother, the mother, and the daughter. And the daughter would be probably the closest approximation to Roig herself, because like Roig, she was a student activist. She was a daughter. She called herself the daughter of the Capuchinada. But just fighting, on all of these fronts, and really in fiction, fighting for the lives of those she loved to be recognized, uncovering those memories.
Yeah, and I guess we chose the title for this section, right? Domestic politics, because we were thinking about how the domestic can refer to Catalonia, right? To like Spain and all the political movements that are happening there. But like this novel is taking us into the home, right, of these 3 women, or their various homes. and how politics unfolds like through the feminine perspective, right? And from Montserrat Roig's feminism is extremely, very attractive. Like it drew me incredibly.
Yeah, I mean, just as a final note, we're already out of time, but Roig's project is reimagining what a feminist nationalism could be, right? Well, thank you, Christy.
Thank you. And please check out Fum de Stampa's website, where you'll find this title and many more incredible Catalan translations.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Sant Jordi 2023. My name is Rosie Song. I'm a professor of Hispanic Studies at Durham University in the UK. And it's today my great pleasure to host Jordi Falgàs, director of the Museum Rafael Masó in Girona. And I invited Jordi to come and talk about this book that was recently published on Girona, and one of his food related rituals, perhaps we can call it. Actually, it's more of a religious celebration, but it's around food. So I thought it'd be really interesting to host this book for a conversation during this year's Sant Jordi. I have to say that the book is still not available in English, but we're hoping that through this conversation, we can find enough interest so somebody will translate it to make it available to our English reading and speaking audience. Hello, Jordi. Welcome to Sant Jordi, New York City, USA.
Hello, Rossi. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me.
All right. So I think that we wanted to have Salvador, who is the author of this book called Girona Menjar de Fires. And Salvador was invited to be here with us, but he was too shy. He said that his English was not perhaps fluent enough. So we then decided to host him through you for a quick conversation in Catalan. But we decided that we needed a little bit more to supplement that conversation. So we have taped that interview and it's available with subtitles as part of this segment. But I wanted to pick that up and have a few more minutes with you about this book. And I want to explain to our listeners why I chose this book, even though it wasn't available in English. I thought it was a very interesting book and quite innovative in its approach to talking about food. So it is sort of a recipe collection, right, around dishes that are eaten and enjoyed during the celebrations of these religious festivities that we'll talk a little bit about later. But I think that his premise of how these recipes came to be were actually quite remarkable, because he says that these are recipes that were written through memory work rather than these are recipes that we collected and people can remember through them. So I thought that the order in which he presented these recipes was really interesting. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. So Jordi, how was your impression of talking with Salvador? And also the reason I actually wanted to invite you to talk about this book is because a lot of the beautiful photographs that is included in this book were actually taken in the museum where you work.
Yes, yeah, that was a real pleasure. We were really happy to have them last year when they were working on the book, and yeah, very excited to have a professional photographer like Jaume Guillemet. The photographer Jaume Guillemet was for many years the official photographer at El Bulli, and also has done a lot of work with many other chefs and famous restaurants. So he was, you know, the best that could do these. And the photograph that illustrates the cover of the book is the dining room at Casa Masó, the house museum where I work, and where we keep, you know, everything, the silverware, the dishes, the kitchen, the furniture, as it was designed by this architect Rafael Masó 100 years ago in Girona. This was, you know, his family home, and therefore we were very excited to have this photo shoot in the house. They did not prepare the food there. They brought everything from outside of the house, but it was you know, the ideal setting for you know, the illustrations of this book, because, you know, Casa Masó being the only house museum in the city of Girona, this, you know, today has become like, you know, a presentation of what Girona was like 100 years ago, and what the prototypical family in Girona, like the Masó family, used to be, you know, in this construction, in this tradition, in this myth that we have about old Girona.
Can we explain briefly where Girona is, just in case?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. Girona is a city 100 kilometers north of Barcelona. So approximately halfway between Barcelona and the French border. That's where Girona is. So in the northeastern part of Spain, the northeastern part of Catalonia. And it's a city of about 100,000. And the city holiday is on the day of Saint Narcissus on October 29th. Okay, at the end of October, there's usually a whole week of celebrations. Because that's also very close to November 1st, which is All Saints Day, or Dia de los Muertos, or Tots Sants, whatever you want to call it. And therefore, these are two holidays, two religious holidays that are very close to each other, and therefore Girona has, usually the celebration involves 2 weekends of festivities and holidays and whatnot. And therefore, more or less everybody here in the area has had a relative in Girona or lives in Girona, or part of the family is there, and therefore it was always a very well-known tradition to go to Girona, or for people from Girona to have guests over during that week. But of course times have changed and a lot of that is gone. But Salvador Garcia Arbós, who's a journalist whom I've known for 30 years and is a good friend, he received this commission from the city of Girona, which each year the city of Girona publishes something, a book or some other kind of publication around the history of the city, or the history of something related to the city of Girona. And this year they chose the actual eating event or eating traditions surrounding Saint Narcissus, and Badó is the ideal person. Salvador Garcia Arbós has done a lot of research himself, and also has promoted lots of festivals and celebrations related to the history of food in Girona and in the Girona area altogether. Therefore, he was the ideal person to bring this project to life. We must also say that this is the first volume of 2 volumes. So later this year, by the end of October 2022, we're going to have the 2nd volume of this collection. The way the way I talked to him about the book was a brief conversation, 10 minutes. And it was interesting because he was able to summarize, being a journalist, of course, his job. He was very good at summarizing the difficulties, the challenges, and also the goals when he, embarked in this project.
Yeah, and I think that one of the conversations that was really interesting in that, as our audience will be able to hear, is that he actually thought he was going to have 8 to 9, 10 interviews, and then ended up with 80 plus. And I thought that recounting of that experience really captured sort of that interesting connection between food practice and memories, right? Because what he initially wanted was basically thinking, okay, I'm going to ask a few people about what they ate during these festivities, because
basically
clearly,
to confirm, he was hoping they would confirm what he thought it would be the story.
Exactly,
But
right.
then everything seemed to, began falling apart, and that's why he had to expand the amount of people he interviewed.
So then it was really interesting because through those memories, he was able to excavate, right, a lot of sort of this material history and the change of time in Girona. I thought it was remarkable the way that he was able to, for example, discuss through food practices, for example, the work of women, or for example, the amount of labor involved in one of the most traditional dishes of Catalan cuisine, the canelons, right? Why nobody cooks them at home anymore. Or for example, the introduction of the English week, in which suddenly, you went from a, 6 day of work week to a 5 day, and what that meant. So it was really interesting to follow those stories. So we can talk a little bit about that as well. But I wanted to start with your own recollection then, because like when he went and he said, to people, what did you eat? And he thought, okay, they're going to all mention these things. And then he realized that everybody had a very sort of different and varied sort of recounting. But I think that he managed to capture 10 things that happens during these festivities. So I'm going to mention them, and I want to know, what do you remember, right? So he says that during these festivities, one goes out and has coffee and sushi, right? So which is a fried donut kind of thing, right? Filled with cream, which is really amazing. And anybody that's around that area has to have one. And then you have the vermouth, right? Which is, how would you explain the vermouth, Jordi?
Well, it's something that it's part of the meal that you can either have outside at a bar before going to lunch, or at home before lunch as well, where you usually drink either vermouth or beer. What the French call an aperitif.
Right.
So
but
then, it's usually together with some stuffed olives and chips, potato chips, and a few snacks, just as a way to
open your appetite, because you have a long way to go. So so that's number 2. And then you have the entaulats. So I'm just other types of spreads with your guests. And then you have food, right? You have cured meat, you have eggs, you have anchovies, you have roasted peppers. So a pica pica, as I call it, right? And then you have the canelons, right? Or the zarzuela, which I guess we can translate as sort of a fish stew, fish soup kind of thing, right? Or
it's
even
not
rice.
canelons or. It's canelons and.
Or zarzuela, o platillo, o arroz.
And zarzuela. Canelons are usually the first course, and then comes the second course with roasted chicken.
Right. So this is the roasted dish of a sort of a meal, a meat, which could be chicken, could be rabbit, or could be duck, for instance, right? Okay. And then you follow with desserts, and then you follow it with wine and coffee. And then you have more little things that are related to the festivities. And then you also eat castañas, right? Which are, what's the word for castañas in English? I just forgot. What are they?
Chestnuts.
Chestnuts, yes. Oh, sorry. Chestnuts and moniatos, right? Which are sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because
this is a long list.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, this is a long list. So he says, these are things that people keep remembering, and there is really no order or how they do it. Even you and I just had a discussion here, because he clearly says, oh, and you're like, no, it's an N. You have canelons and zarzuela. So clearly this is the way that you used to eat in your home. So from all this list, what are some of the things that you think people still identify the Sant Narcís festivity and the Tots Sants, which is the All Saints?
Right. Well, I believe that cannelons are still staple that people eat, not only for Sant Narcís, but throughout the year at any special occasion, not only in Girona, but throughout Catalonia. The main difference, as Salvador points out, is that they are no longer prepared at home, or in very, very not very often you find families that prepare them at home. Although there's still some people who like to do the whole thing. Okay? But of course, it's nothing compared to what it used to be, 50, 60, 80 years ago. And then the rostit, the roasted chicken is also quite common. Again, not only for Sant Narcís, but also, throughout the year, in any special celebration, rostit is, a main dish where people, then there may be variations on that. Some people prefer, beef, other people prefer chicken, other people prefer rabbit, but some kind of roasted meat, that's for sure. Okay. There may be people nowadays who prepare fish, but that's not that common,
Right.
Zarzuela, I'm lucky because I have a sister who's a very good cook and she makes the best zarzuela you ever tried. And so I do have zarzuela, but that could be also, at Christmas time. It doesn't really have to be around Sant Narcís or, on Sant Narcís Day. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Vermouth has never gone away. Vermouth is still a very common aperitif in Catalonia, and now more than ever, as you know, it's like there's been an explosion of wineries who now produce vermouth. And all over the place. It used to be something, there used to be one or two producers, one or two sellers who produced the vermouth. And nowadays it's like, with beer and microbreweries, there's now lots of wineries who produce vermouth and with very good quality. One of them is, El Celler de Can Roca in Girona. And they also, now they have their own vermouth. And so that's nice because you see that, most of them use wine from the area also, either from the Empordà region or from other wine regions in Catalonia, and that's good. And then, of course, you have to have cava, okay? That's, typical Catalan variation on champagne, and beginning with some people now drink cava throughout the whole meal. Okay, because people don't like to mix wine and then cava, and so they may begin and drink cava throughout the whole meal. Other people still do it at the end for dessert. Yeah, that's more or less what I would say is still found at most homes in Girona around Sant Narcís. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go back to the canelons. So I guess canelons could be, you can compare it to sort of basically pasta roll with, some stuffing made of meat.
Yeah.
It reminds you of the Italian dish, obviously, but actually with the bechamel and the cheese, and it's actually become quite a traditional Catalan dish. I think that is really interesting the way that Salvador explains this dish and how involved its production is, because even though you eat the roasted meat as one of the main dishes of the festivities. In fact, you have to do a pre-roast in order to have the meat to stuff the cannelons. And it's a 3-day affair, right? I mean, and you have to, and people eat a lot. So at some point it was like 120 cannelons that you have to make. So that involves a lot of labor.
Yeah,
So I wanted to talk about two things concerning the cannelons. The way that he explains the first time that actually butchers start making cannelons, and how actually places, these boutiques, these stores that sell meat start actually selling ready-made food, right? They actually prepare the food. And then the second thing I want to talk about is actually one of the recipes featured in the book is actually the Casamaso cannelons. So let's talk about the butchers, and then we'll get to the maso cannelons.
Yeah. Well, I do remember, for instance, when when I was a child in the late 60s, early 70s, it was still quite common for many families to have a cook who would come to the home and help the women there prepare the cannelons and prepare other other dishes for the holiday. So that, of course, is long gone. And then sooner than later, butchers began to prepare them themselves, because they realized that people had less time to cook, less time to prepare. And so I also remember when my parents, they began buying them from a local butcher or from a local restaurant. Sometimes that's also quite common. You would buy them without the bechamel. So the sauce that comes with the cannelons would still be prepared at home. You would only buy the cannelons, the pasta stuffed with the meat, and then because bechamel can be a very tricky thing, and there's it can be either very, very thick or less thick, and there's lots of variations on that. So that is oftentimes prepared at home. And for instance, the place where I go to buy cannelons, you can either buy them with the bechamel or without the bechamel. Okay. And so yeah, and well, and you're right, at Casa Mazo, in our archive, we found a whole recipe book that belonged to the family, where they wrote down many of these dishes. We believe it was written down by one of the sisters of the architect before she got married, because she would not have had a cook at home, a servant, and therefore she had to write down everything that she was used to eat, but not prepare, because once she got married, she would have had to do it herself. Therefore, we found that book, and then there were loose recipes in our archive that also belonged to different generations of the Mazo family. And one of them, sure enough, it was the recipe for cannelons. And Salvador was intrigued by that and wanted to reproduce the recipe and publish that one as you could say, the prototype of cannelons in Girona. Although I'm sure there's as many variations on that as families in the city. So, but yeah, of course, that's a recipe that was prepared at home up until not long ago, even though nowadays it is also something that is vanishing and is almost gone. Yeah.
So, have you tried the cannelons made according to the Casamaso recipe?
No, I have not.
No, okay. All right. So that's, maybe this year in October, I will go to Girona.
Okay,
We can make it. Okay, together.
Okay, we
I
could
think
try
that sounds
together.
like a good date. Also, another very traditional family cannelon recipe actually comes from the Celler de Can Roca
Yes.
family. So you actually have pictures of Joan making actually the cannelons with his mother, which I thought that was very touching and sort of really captures that idea of that intergenerational sort of passing of knowledge around these dishes. So I thought that that was really remarkable, right? So it's not so much about these dishes everybody eats them, everybody has his own way of making. So I thought that the recipes did give you enough instructions to make it if you were interested, but that wasn't the point, right? So it really the way that the recipes were translated for this book took a different form, and that's why I thought it was really interesting, and it actually shows you that other aspects of what recipes do, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I would also like to point out the chapter in the book that is written by Pep Vila. Pep Vila is one of the, I would say, the leading food historian in Catalonia, and Pep Vila is from Girona. And he brought out fragments of recipes and of food traditions in Girona throughout history, beginning in the the 1500s all the way to the 19th century. And that's also quite interesting, because you see that what we believe is a 1,000-year tradition is actually not. It's something very recent.
Right, starting in the 70s.
But you're right that he was also very clever in bringing into the book what Girona is known for, which is El Celler de Can Roca, and showing that Joan Roca, he also himself extracted or inherited a lot of knowledge from his mother, from his parents, who run the original Can Roca restaurant, and basically has distilled some of that into what has made him, world famous. Because in a way it is something that generations do. They inherit, they transform, they adapt, and they create something new. What Baudot brings here to the forefront in this book is what my generation in our late 50s now, we thought it was a tradition when we grew up, because that's what we had when we were children in the 1960s, in the 1970s, and maybe had been the tradition for some a few generations. But the book itself shows you that that has always been a process, an evolving process throughout history.
Of change, and somehow that memory, instead of capturing that change, what it does is actually fixates it, right? So and it actually feeds into the myth of what we think, these are traditions and so on. I also wanted to mention the beautiful pictures of the instruments that you use while eating, right? So as an art historian, you probably, I don't know how much you enjoyed recovering pictures of, the serving spoons and the plates. And these are beautiful artifacts, right? That carry a different sort of story. Is there something favorite of yours that made it into the list?
Well, I really enjoy preserving at Casa Mazó the silverware and all the kitchenware that we have, and the tablecloths and the napkins that have initials embroidered. First of all, designed by the architect and then embroidered by his mother or his sisters. So I was really glad that all of that could be featured in the book. but Salvador was also very interested in showing objects that are no longer part of our, modern kitchens. Yeah, they're gone. They're museum items nowadays. But there was a day in time when those were used and those were treated in a very special manner. In our conversation, he mentions that many of these items, many of these objects, especially the glassware and the silverware and some of the pots and pans were reserved only for San Narcís or for Christmas or for a special occasion. That was not your everyday kitchenware, and therefore it was usually on display on a cabinet like the one we have in the dining room at Casa Mazó, and it would only be taken out of that cabinet and put on the table for that very special occasion. They are just like everywhere in the world. There was a lot of ritual involved in that, in how you set the table, in how you prepare, in how your guests are going to be seated at that table. So it was nice of him to think of Casa Mazó as being a house museum, the only house museum we have in Girona today, to think of that as the ideal setting for the photographs to illustrate the book. I must also say that not all of the objects featured in the book are from our collection. He brought some from other collections that he knows of. So, but yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah, I was very sort of moved by these beautiful photographs, right? Because they really do capture a moment in which probably these were everyday artifacts, and now they're, as you said, museum pieces, right? And speaking about traditions, and I think we can wrap up our conversation with just briefly mentioning this, since we started with the festivities and the firas and the festas, and perhaps that distinction is a little bit too complicated to get into in our conversation. People can probably Google that. But it was one of the interesting things that I thought was that he says that, okay, so this is the Sant Narcís, that is end of October, and it links to the All Saints, it actually starts the holiday season, basically, right? So November into December and the Bon Nadal, right? So it ends with Christmas.
It's like Thanksgiving in the US.
Yeah, exactly. So it is really the end with Christmas, and obviously in Catalonia you also celebrate the San Esteve, right? And that's when you eat the cannelons the day after, and so on. But he also says something like, well, everybody, or at least Christmas, is celebrated anywhere, but I think that what he wants to actually highlight is the Nit de Sant Joan, right? Which is June 23rd.
That's
or
right.
21st. I'm always confused, but it is basically the summer solstice, and it's such a large celebration, right? And I think that is not a celebration that you see in many other places. I think it really holds a special place in Catalonia, and he says, right, this is very special. Why do you think the nights of San Juan so special for your area?
I was quite surprised when I asked him what was his favorite celebration, and he said San Juan. I really didn't expect he would say that, but he's absolutely right. I mean, San Juan is something unique. It's a beautiful, usually a beautiful night to be outside on the eve of St. John's Day on June 23rd. And it of course it involves a dinner that many people have outside of the house, in a patio, in a courtyard, even on the beach. Many people go to the beach in the evening and bring tables and set up something there. Some people take a swim, and then there's firecrackers and there's bonfires. It's a very nice celebration that also has some food staples like the coca de San Juan, very nice dessert, and and cava, of course. So it's a very special night, being the shortest night of the year. Okay, so it involves nice getting together, not so much with your family, but this is more with your friends, your group of friends, to have this. You could call it a party almost.
Right.
And there's also many towns have live music during St. John's night. So it is, he's right, that is something quite special and unique, and a great time to be here. Yeah.
So maybe more of that story will come out in the second volume of his project. So
yes, yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
I believe he also wants to talk more about desserts, and how those are prepared, and how those have changed also over
Right,
time.
yeah.
He's Salvador is one of the people behind the coming back of the chouchou in Girona.
Yeah, the chouchou. Yeah.
This unique
Yeah.
pastry that we have and that we eat in Girona, that just like right now people are getting ready to prepare brunyols here in the Girona area and here in the Empordà where I live, it's quite nice, quite amazing to see that the religious calendar, even though we live in a secular society, but the religious calendar still marks these family gatherings, family get-togethers around the preparation of some dish or some dessert, some food.
Yeah. Maybe you should explain what brunyols are before we say goodbye, since you mentioned them.
You should come over either next this Wednesday or Thursday, which is when most families will get together and prepare them. This is basically pastry, a small donut, you could say, even though the comparison is crazy, but donuts, brunyols are prepared at home. Oh, of course, you can buy them in pastry shops nowadays, which is what most people do. But there's still lots of families who get together and prepare them. You prepare the dough usually either in the evening and let it rest through the night, and then you cook them, you fry them in the morning, or you prepare it in the morning, then you sit at the table for lunch, and then you fry them in the afternoon. That depends on the family. But yeah, lots of memories come back with these, because both at my parents and my wife's parents, they've done it for years and years. And even though now, for instance, my parents are no longer here with us, but the whoever is left of the family gets together, and you have to find a date, and it's part of the fun. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. So enjoy your brunyols, and looking forward to actually partaking in some of these food practices and festivities and traditions in the future. Thank you so much, Jordi, for your time, your generosity.
Thanks for having me.
And the stories, and hopefully we'll see each other soon again. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Bon dia. Welcome to Sant Jordi 2022. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I would first like to thank Maria Newman and the organizers of Sant Jordi USA 2022 for inviting me to be part of the program. My name is Regina Galasso, and I will be sharing with you a book exhibition titled Read the World, Picture Books and Translation that I curated with my students for the Eric Carle Museum of Picture Book Art in Amherst, Massachusetts. I'm going to tell you about the exhibition, how it came to be, what's included in it, and invite you to create more editions of the exhibition in your home, in your classroom, or at your local library. So first, let me just tell you, a little bit about myself. I am a writer, translator, and an educator. I'm mostly interested in the role of translation in literary histories and contemporary culture. Two of my books, Translating New York, The City's Languages in Iberian Literatures, and Avenues of Translation, The City in Iberian and Latin American Writing, have won awards. And my next book is an edited volume titled This is a Classic, Translators on Making Writers Global. And with my students, I curated the exhibition that I'm going to tell you about today. And what else? I work with school districts to improve their language access services and initiatives. And I am the director of the Translation Center and a professor in Spanish and Portuguese Studies program at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. I hope to hear from you, so please write me at my email address, regina.galasso@gmail.com. I really hope that you're enjoying Sant Jordi USA in Jersey City. I lived in Jersey City for about 3 years, around the corner from the space where the in-person activities are taking place. So I know where you are and I feel the connection. So the book exhibition titled Read the World, Picture Books and Translation is on display in the Eric Carle Museum's Reading Library until May 1st, which is only a few days away. So if you can stop by Amherst, Massachusetts, please check it out. We'd love that. If not, there are resources available on the museum's website that I'm going to share with you during this presentation. So first, I want to start by introducing you to the place where the exhibition was created, Western Massachusetts. In Western Mass, we're surrounded by farms, fields, parks, hills, and mountains. And the cultural life of the area is in many ways determined by the institutions. And what are those institutions? The largest, the University of Massachusetts, is a public research university and a close neighbor of 4 colleges: Amherst College, Hampshire College, Mount Holyoke College, and Smith College. And together, we are referred to as the 5 colleges. And each college has its own strength. There are opportunities for undergraduate students, UMass Amherst graduate students, and faculty to collaborate among the 5 colleges. And in addition to the 5 colleges, we have a number of museums in the immediate area. Not so far from us, down the road, we have the Springfield Museums, including the amazing Worlds of Dr. Seuss Museum, and there are the on-campus museums. And in Amherst, we have the Emily Dickinson Museum and the Eric Carle Museum of Picture Book Art. And one thing that is overlooked in our region and in many places of the United States is a general understanding of what translation is, why we all need it, and what it can do for us, and what translators do. For example, I'm not sure how many people are aware that thanks to translation and translators, Eric Carle is able to have a museum that attracts visitors from around the world. And here you have a photo that I took of the window of a Barcelona bookstore, and then inside a Barcelona bookstore. And here we have Eric Carle's books in Spanish and Catalan. And if we look here, we have some more caterpillars. The photo on the left features the covers of 18 different translations of The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Thanks to the translators, Eric Carle's work became accessible to readers of languages other than English, and many of those readers became big fans of Eric Carle. Translation allows us to read familiar texts in different ways. So look at the 1 Catalan and 2 Spanish translations of the published versions of The Very Hungry Caterpillar. What do you observe about these titles? Do you recognize any of those words? If not, can you guess what they mean? How do those words in Catalan and Spanish change the way you might think about The Very Hungry Caterpillar? Keep talking about these titles. There's a lot to say. I would personally love to do a new Spanish translation of The Very Hungry Caterpillar, and I'm sure we could update the Catalan translation as well. And another thing that is overlooked in our region and in many places and spaces in the United States is access to languages. And what I mean by access to languages is proactively translating content into languages other than English, not only as an invitation to welcome people or more people into a space or a place, but also to give people the chance to see other languages, languages they might not know yet, and to be reminded that there are other ways of expression and others in the world. Seeing other languages is also an invitation to learn another language. So in this photo, you have some of Eric Carle's books translated into multiple languages on the shelves in the reading library of the museum. So which books are you attracted to? Which languages do you see? I share all this to give examples of the synergies to create interesting projects that can help bring visibility to translators and translation, and to give access to language. Prior to curating the Read the World exhibition, I worked with students on a multilingual reading of The Very Hungry Caterpillar for very early readers. In addition to the English, we read Catalan, Spanish, and French versions and talked about the shapes, sounds, and sizes of the words. Those events are fun and educational and inspiring, but I wanted to think about ways to get beyond the standalone events and to make a larger and more kind of portable project. And so the book exhibition is one of them. So these are students I previously worked with on kind of those single or one-time events. And here we are in the reading library. And then these are the students I worked with most recently. They are from Amherst College, and those are the ones who joined me in curating the book exhibition, Read the World. So I'd like to name them from left to right. We have Liz, Caitlin, Raylan, Caroline, Augusta, Olive, and Monica. And we were all part of a course that I designed called Translation Roots of a U.S. Literary Landscape. And on the slide, you have a little bit of information about the course. In the course, we highlighted the literary connections between the U.S. and the Spanish-speaking world via translation. We studied the role of translation in literary histories and current literary activities. We acknowledged translation as a professional and collaborative activity. And we contributed to our own literary landscape in the Amherst area by collaborating with the Eric Carle. So the students and I, we read literary texts, we read literature and scholarship on translation. We combined our studies and creativity with the need to make translation more visible in our immediate community. And we invited some guests who are translators or who study translators and translation, or who are interested in translation and picture books. Our guests were Patricia Billings, Lauren Schimmel, Professor Juan Carlos Cavillo, and Professor Vanessa Perez Rosario. So why is a course like this important? There are some ideas out there in the world that create obstacles to translation, or obstacles for translation to have a greater role in our lives. And some of those obstacles are that there are these general ideas that translation is fast, cheap, and easy. The translator's name is not always on the cover of the book. Readers don't think much about translation. They don't, think, am I reading a translation? Am I not? Oh, I really need to read a translation. Let me go get one. Translation and translators are overlooked in literary histories. We don't know that many of the writers that we celebrate were also translators. And educators don't always present translations as translations. Sometimes Jorge Luis Borges from Argentina is taught in an English class, and there's no mention that what the students are reading is a translation. And student translation projects tend to have limitations in that sometimes student translation projects are the translation of a document for like an outside community partner. And while they might be helpful, it's kind of like a one-time deal, and they don't help to build a culture and a plan for translation. So, with that in mind, the course and later the exhibition tries to break down those obstacles while aiming to make translation and translators more visible in the community, think about the necessity of translation and translators, inspire language learning, read more translations, and innovate students' roles in supporting translation. So now let's go to the Eric Carle Museum to see the book exhibition. This is the museum. Maybe some of you have been there or are going to jump in your cars or on the train and head there after listening to this presentation. And here we are in the reading library. So beyond the Read the World picture books and translation overarching theme, we have 3 sections in the exhibition. They are Meet Translators, See Languages, Read the Story. So let's read, before we do that, let's just look at the overview of our exhibition in numbers. There are 44 books, 43 authors, 42 illustrators, 31 translators, 23 languages, and 27 publishers represented. And here you have the languages in this current version of the exhibition and those section themes that I just mentioned. So now we're going to take a look at the text that we wrote to describe the exhibition. Read the World, Picture Books and Translation. Translation connects people by allowing us to share ideas across languages. Translators make this possible using their knowledge and creativity to give us access to stories from all over the world. Reading books in translation is an opportunity to learn about other languages and cultures and to learn more about ourselves. This exhibition highlights the role of translators, showcases multilingual books, and introduces readers to recent English translations and their publishers. We hope you enjoy these translations and are inspired to discover more. Now we're going to look at the first section, Meet Translators. Translators read a book in one language and then write it in another language. They interpret the text and consider the illustrations, the audience, and other factors in order to create the story in the new language. Here is a sample of the work of 4 professionals who spend their days translating and promoting translation. Can you find their names printed in these books? So this text is on the wall, and then the museum visitors are reading it and then hopefully interacting with the books. This section was a little tricky because we wanted to come up with a way to emphasize translators as key players in the book world, but all the books in the exhibition have at least one translator. So how are we going to highlight the role of the translator? So our solution was to choose 4 translators, and only 4 because of the limitations of space in the reading library, to choose 4 translators of picture books who have a dynamic professional profiles, and are expanding the number of books available in English that were first born in other languages. And you have the names of the translators that we chose on the screen here, and they were selected for several reasons, including that their books had already been part of the book list that we were creating during our research, and because of the variety of languages that they collectively represent, Arabic, Catalan, Chinese, French, Portuguese, Russian, and Spanish. So, and the books in this section had to be books that these 4 translators translated. And within each of the 3 sections, we also tried to include surprises for our visitors. So the intention of these surprises is to touch on the complexities of translation. For instance, in Meet Translators, we have Lauren Schimmel's book, Bedtime, Not Playtime, in 3 languages, Catalan, English, and Spanish. And each language has its own book, and all 3 are by Lawrence. So our visitors might ask, which book did Lawrence write first? And is he the translator of the subsequent versions? Is he the author of all the versions? What's the relationship between being an author and being a translator? Or what is it like to translate yourself? And then in the second section, See Languages, we wanted to communicate that multilingual books show languages together and invite questions about translation. Which version was first created? How are the languages similar? How are they different? Is the author also the translator? There are roughly 7,000 languages in the world. Not all of them appear in books. Only some of them are translated into English. What languages do you see on the shelves? And in this section, we have a book, a bilingual book in French and Arabic, as a reminder that not everything is always in English. And so that our visitors who do not know French and Arabic might ask themselves what it's like to confront a text they cannot read. How does it feel when translation is not available when you need it or when you want it? And here's some images of a book called Daniel and Ishmael, published by Restless Books. And this is a book that's in 4 languages. The third section, Expand the Story. Books in translation help us to grow as readers and citizens of the world. These books are recent translations from publishers who are committed to sharing stories from around the world. Which books are you most drawn to and why? Here's one of the books, Who Left the Light On, which is a personal favorite that I actually first discovered in the Catalan translation. Originally it was written in French and then translated into English by Emma Ramadan. But here we have an example of a captivating picture book about creativity, diversity, and self-expression. And I'm going to show you later where you can find out the information about all the books I've been showing you. So that's why I'm skipping over it right now. And that's all available on the Eric Carle website. So in addition to finding the titles and curating the book list, we also created educational resources and interactive activities to go along with the exhibition. And in the reading library, you'll find this one called Construction Site, Language in Building Blocks. And it asked participants to build the Lego house in the picture with blocks from another building set. And this activity was inspired by Javier Calvo's book, El Fantasma en el Libro, La Vida en un Mundo de Traducciones. And I hope you'll all check out that book. It's great. And then you'll see the exact passage from where we got the inspiration for this activity. This activity right now is only available in the reading library. If you'd like this PDF, please do contact me and I will be happy to share it with you. It's an activity that can be done at home, in the classroom, in a library, and anywhere you'd like. Another resource we created is called Take a Closer Look. And this is a search through a translated book to find certain things and to think about the things that make translated books unique. And it's an activity for all ages, to do alone, to do in pairs, to do in groups. It could work really well in the classroom, at home, and like the construction site activity right now is only available in the reading library. And if you'd like the PDF, please contact me. So now I'm going to stop sharing and we're going to go to the Eric Carle Museum's webpage, and I could show you what resources are available there. Okay, please look up there. All right. Okay, let me. Okay, here we are. So I will share my screen again and bring you to the Eric Carle's Museum's webpage. So here you want to go to explore art, exhibitions, and then you will find our exhibition right here, Read the World. And here you have little info about what to expect from the exhibition. And you have the book list, which you can download and print or save someplace on your computer. Oops, come on. Okay, so it's 3 pages and you have by section all of the books that we have included in the exhibit. This is great for libraries or home libraries or classrooms if you're looking to expand the number of translated books you have in your collection. Something else, we have the exhibition text in English, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. So the exhibition text are all the descriptions of the overall exhibition and the sections that I read to you. So English, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. And so please, please, please share these with any families, friends who might appreciate resources in these languages. Then we have a guide. I haven't talked about this yet. This is a guide for discussing translation with young readers. So this is something a parent or a teacher or family member or an older friend can do with children, or really it's something for anyone and everyone to do. It talks about why translation for children, some questions to ask yourself before you read a book in translation with children, then some things to do while reading the translation, and then some things to do, talk about after you read a translated book? For instance, was there anything in the book that you saw for the first time that is different from your own experiences? Was there anything in the book that you've seen before that mirrors your own experiences? The story may have shown food, a game, a type of family, clothing, or other parts of daily life with which your child is unfamiliar. The characters may also have similar emotional experiences, friendships, or interests to an English-speaking reader. So that's some example. This is there for you, and this is also available in Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. And then finally, we have a drawing activity. And this is something fun that you could do at home, you could do in a classroom, library, restaurant, anywhere, on the train. It's called Try Translation, a drawing game, and basically ask participants to illustrate a sentence and then to compare the drawings with partners. And this is available, once again, in Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. So please, 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 let's put these resources to good use, share them with the world, share them with people who speak these languages, or even if they don't, just show them to people and they'll be inspired by seeing the other languages. So that's what you can find on the Eric Carle's website. And now I want to stop sharing this and go back to the slideshow. Sorry, there's just a lot of screens here. Okay. Okay, here we are back at this. We saw take a closer look. I wanted to say that, you know, there are many translators, languages, books, publishers not included in the exhibition, and it doesn't have to end here. We would love for other libraries, classrooms, and households to have a version of Read the World picture books and translation in their own spaces. People can use the section structure as a way to highlight books in existing collections or to note gaps in collections. And, you know, one of the initial goals of the project was not to have a portable exhibition, but it is something that ended up developing organically as our focus stayed on how to highlight and display translation. And the exhibition's title and the overall introduction, the section titles and descriptions travel well. And then each new curator could select the books that populate those sections depending on the location and the time of the exhibit. And, you know, the exhibition can also travel beyond English. So having the structure of the exhibition travel could be a great way to add more translators, more languages, more publishers, more curators, more audiences. And, you know, the third section of our exhibition is titled Expand the Story, in an effort to communicate that books in translation help us grow as readers and citizens of the world. And we welcome others to help not only expand the story, but to expand the exhibition. So before I sign off, I want to say that that if I started up another version of Read the World today, it would include picture books from Ukraine. We don't have one single one in the existing exhibition, which was created before February 24th, 2022. So here are two titles that are outside the exhibition that I recommend. One is for Catalan readers, Escolto al Món, and one is for English readers, How the War Changed Rondo. And you have the information about those books on the screen here. And I also just want to note that all proceeds from website sales of How War Changed Rondo will be donated to UNICEF's relief efforts for Ukraine for as long as the conflict is going on. And that's from Enchanted Lion Books. When we want to know more about a country, feel closer to a country, a language, a culture, translation can take us there, and books travel. And that's the title of the picture, the text for a picture book I'm writing on translation. So I want to end by inviting you to please contact me. I'd love to hear from you, your questions, your comments, your ideas. Write to me at regina.galasso@gmail.com. I'm also on LinkedIn and Facebook. And I look forward to hearing from you. And bon Sant Jordi.